commence the meeting for the afternoon of June 15, 2021. Tony, could you please call roll?
Jimenez. Perales. Cohen. Roscoe. Davis. Esparza. Arenas. Foley. Mahan. Jones. Licardo. I think you're the only one present.
Okay.
I'll email everybody.
Okay. Thank you, Tony. There may have been miscommunication about the starting time. I'm guessing there are folks who think we're starting at 1:30. And I suspect it was not communicated when I texted. So, I've just learned that they're still in closed session, Tony, so I'm going to jump into closed session at this time.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
I had to put some water in my hair because my hair was flying all over the place. Silly, he's going to take care of it.
We'll call the meeting to order for the afternoon of June 15th, 2021. Channel my colleague, Councilmember Carrasco, happy California opening day. We hope this will be the last opening. So here we go. Tony, would you mind calling the roll?
Jimenez,
Present.
Morales,
Here.
Owen,
Here.
Roscoe. Davis,
Here.
Esparza,
Here.
Arenas,
Here.
Foley,
Here.
Mahan,
Here.
Jones,
Present.
Licardo.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. If you're able to rise, please join us as we pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to
and to the republic for which it stands,
One nation.
under God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. Today's invocation will be provided by the Silicon Valley Gay Men's Chorus. Councilmember Davis will tell us more.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. The Silicon Valley Gay Men's Choir is a local group of talented musicians who represent the LGBTQ plus arts community in San Jose. They have performed at every council Pride Month celebration for the past several years. I believe that tradition was started by my predecessor, Pierluigi Oliverio. Of course, they're not able to be in person today as we are all scattered across the city, but we do have a video. So James Creer, the president of Silicon Valley Gay Men's Choir, sent us this video to ensure that we can continue our tradition and celebrate Pride Month through this group of talented individuals. And they will be performing Seize the Day from the musical Newsies. Thanks, Henry.
No one
Thank you, Councilmember Davis. We're on to orders of the day. Does anyone on the council have any changes to the printed agenda? I'm not seeing any hands. So if we don't have any changes, I believe we can move forward. And forgive me,
That's correct, Mayor.
Yeah.
We don't have to vote if there are no changes.
I was just looking to see, there was a hand up in the public, but I don't believe that was to speak on this item. So we're going to move forward then. Thank you, Vice Mayor. So we're on to the closed session report. Nora?
Thank you, Mayor. I do not have anything to report out of closed session, but the city manager does.
Yes, thank you. Dave, welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, Council. I'm pleased to announce that the Council confirmed my selection of Chris Burton to be the new Director of Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement with a vote of 8-3. So I'm happy to welcome Chris onto the senior staff team and is the new Director of Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement. Chris has been with the city for quite a while. And pleased that he's willing to take this challenge on. I also want to thank Chu Chang, who has stepped in as our interim director. Obviously, this vacancy came up when it promoted Rosalind Huey to deputy city manager a while back, and Chu's been filling in, and Chu's just done an amazing job as always. So thank you, Chu. But back to Chris. Chris, thanks for taking this work on. And I guess I'll give you the opportunity to say a few words.
Thank you, Dave. Honorable Mayor and City Council, thank you for placing your faith in me. I'm truly honored to take on this role and lead the department at this critical moment in our city's history as we recover from the impacts of the pandemic and look forward to a better and more inclusive San Jose. The dedicated staff of PBCE will play a pivotal role, and I'm really, truly excited to be at the helm. I'd especially like to thank Dave and all the senior leadership team for your trust and guidance throughout my career, and Nancy and the OED team for giving me the opportunities and the support that have led to today. And then in particular, I obviously want to thank my family who've given me all the support and the capacity to really dedicate myself to serving the community. And I look forward to continuing to do so. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Congratulations. I know we would all be applauding if we were in person, but we'll give you the quiet Zoom applause. And thank you for your willingness to step up to this leadership role. We know this is an incredibly important department and a department with a lot of challenging tasks to manage in a time of recovery and a rapidly changing landscape economically and in so many ways in our city. And so we appreciate your willingness to step up, and I want to echo Dave's thanks to Chu for his willingness to be the steward in this transition. He's done such an amazing job heading up our building department for so many years, and grateful that he was willing to take on more during this transition. So we look forward to great things ahead. Thank you, Chris. All right, anything further, Dave? Nope. Okay.
No, Mayor.
Okay, so let's move on then to consent calendar. I know there's be some items council may want to pull. I know Vice Mayor Jones would like to pull item 2.22, which is approval of Juneteenth, and I think in celebration of our 40th annual Juneteenth celebration here in San Jose. Are there other items that my colleagues would like to pull from the consent calendar?
Yes, Mayor. 2.12.
2.12. Okay. Other items? Okay, let me go to, tell you what, we will take those two items off first, and then we'll go to public comment. So let's first start with 2.12, which is a staff update on the purified water project. Vice Mayor.
Yes, I'd like to hear from staff. Obviously, from your memo, it doesn't appear to be any progress that's been made, and I want to understand why this has been so challenging and what potential pathway do we have to move forward.
Vice Mayor, thank you. Carrie Romano, Director of Environmental Services. Per council direction, we reached out to the Santa Clara Valley Water District to begin negotiations on a purified water project in San Jose. Unfortunately, as you've seen in the communications provided as attachments in our memo, they really wanted our council members to participate in that negotiation. As we debated that in the study session and subsequent council meeting, council direction was for staff to meet with them. We reached out to them several times, and they did not want to meet with us. What we were trying to do was kind of follow more standard negotiating practices, right? So our city manager sent a letter with them trying to see where we aligned, right? Looking for those points of agreement to sort of then see what was left to be negotiated on in an effort to move things forward. So, we're disappointed that it's now been a little over 2 months and they've not wanted to meet with us. We think the item's urgent. We thought they did too. I'm going to ask Jeff if you can maybe fill in a little bit more around kind of what our thinking was and our strategy.
Sure, thank you, Carrie. Jeff Provenzano, Deputy Director, ESD Water Resources. So really our thought when in council direction to us, there's a little bit of a heavy lift here to get some of the contracts done that need to be done in order to get this project up and running. And I think all of our thought together was let's tackle what we can do as quickly as we can. That first one was, which we have been leading with for quite a while, is getting the same type of agreement as Palo Alto, Mountain View, and Valley Water. And really our thought behind that was an agreement that was kind of universally recognized as a good partnership. It's gone through legal vetting, and the time involved in that is actually a 2-year process to get that agreement done. And our hope was to really focus on that first, tailor it as minimally as possible for San Jose, but to really take all the background and work that went into that agreement. Let's duplicate that and set the same type of agreement between us and Valley Water. And I think that was our thought, and to really expedite the process was to focus on that Palo Alto style agreement. And we do know after lengthy discussions over time with Valley Water, there are a lot of other items that they want to talk about, which we have been working on. In particular, there's a couple agreements that we have in place now that they want to revise. And we're open to that. We've indicated that we're open to that, but we haven't yet even gotten into some of the legal discussions on how that would be worded, just know in general terms. So we're trying. I think the approach that we had laid out was fast. It definitely wasn't meeting a very immediate approach. I think that Valley Water had indicated to be done within a couple months, but there's a lot of contract writing to do. And maybe the next step is to get something in writing. I think in our communication since the 20th, council, our meeting on the 20th, and since then has been not only have we provided some draft agreements over to Valley Water to look at and get back to us, but also we've requested that they take a stab at putting a draft agreement together for us. Put it in there, put it in writing, and send it over. And that could maybe help the discussion go a little bit faster instead of sitting down and kind of going over individual terms of what we want. Let's get it down in writing, and that might help to kind of expedite the conversation. So I think that's where the direction we've been trying to go, to try to keep things moving along. And it really, in order to get across the goal line, we got to get a contract from them so we can take a look at it, I think. Carrie, did I answer all that, Carrie? Oh, you're
on mute, Carrie.
That's why y'all look so happy. Vice Mayor, is that an adequate response to your inquiry?
Yes, but I'm still scratching my head. It sounds like you've done everything you should do in terms of reaching out, offering potential solutions, drafting proposals, presenting contracts and agreements, and you haven't gotten a response. Has it been crickets, or what feedback are we getting?
We're not getting any response to our letters. Jeff, anything to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, a verbal response in that the staff there are following the direction they're taking out of the letters that we have received. And in that, it was to focus on discussing a facilitator, but not to talk about some of the other items that we need to do to keep moving forward expeditiously. So they definitely, the response back is that they're not ready to communicate on some of these items we need to do.
Because again, I'm scratching my head because we have a potential opportunity, particularly now that we're going into it, we're in a drought, and there's an opportunity to have some solutions to at least mitigate droughts moving forward, which is a win-win for both us and Valley Water. So I'm still just scratching my head why there's not people aren't coalescing around trying to come up with an agreement, or at least a working model to come up with an agreement. And then the other thing too is that we're already in an agreement with them that needs to be updated. So it's in everybody's best interest to work together to update those existing agreements.
Yeah,
That's why I'm scratching my head.
And as you know, we are too. You know, we followed council direction after our meetings in the joint meeting, and we were, you know, ready to run. We assembled a negotiating team, and we're good to go. You know, we really can't negotiate if they're not willing to meet. I think in short time, city staff can accomplish a lot of things. I mean, I think the Google agreement is a great example of staff-led negotiations. But for some reason, Valley Water wants their electeds involved, and they're basically messaging to us that they're not willing to meet with staff. And certainly that's their clear position.
Great. That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Carrie and Jeff. We'll try to come up with a solution, but it's going to be challenging. Thank you.
Thank you. I should note that, you know, we are doing our best, I think, to build the bridge halfway. And we need partners on the other side to build the bridge as well. And we're looking forward to them doing it so we can all move forward. Councilmember Cohen?
Yeah, just a follow-up quick question. I like the vice mayor, I'm very confused by the lack of response. It seems like they were telling us there's a short timeline, this has to be done quickly. And then now they're acting like there's time to play around. So I'm confused. I mean, I guess you can't really speculate as to why this posturing, but what is your sense of what the timeline really is in terms of when some more concrete agreements have to be made?
From the communications they provided to us, they were really at that fork in the road saying, you know, do we want to go with Palo Alto? Do we want to go with San Jose? And that, you know, if they didn't make material progress, their last communication was they were going to go ahead and go with Palo Alto. So our expectation or our assumption is that they are going with Palo Alto, and you know, we'll continue to look at how we might expand recycled water, and then, you know, where there's a future opportunity to build something out in San Jose, we'll remain ready to negotiate with them.
So at this point, the next step is that you'd wait for them to come back, and we're just moving on until they do that. Is that right?
Yeah, so we've clearly stated we're ready to negotiate, and if they want to respond and take us up on that, we're you know, ready to go. And if not, you know, either way for the community, if they go with Palo Alto, that's fine, because you know, we'll still get the water supply to the region that we need. It was just a matter of where were they going to get the supply, not whether or not they were going to get supply.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the update. Appreciate the questions. Curious, well, I've been told that there is someone from Valley Water, I think in the webinar sort of format on this meeting. I'm wondering if he can be promoted to the extent Domingo wants to speak to that, because I really appreciate hearing Valley Water's perspective as to, you know, no response and, you know.
Councilmember, can you identify who that is so we can?
It's Domingo Candelas, I believe.
Oh, okay, sure. Domingo?
I'll let Heather know.
I know.
She'll take that with her kids too.
Is there? We ask everybody to mute, please. Tony, are you able to find Domingo?
Looking.
I was told he's on, but if he's not, I mean,
He's, he may, if he's there, he might be there under a phone number. If Domingo is on with a phone number, raise your hand. Or if you're on in a business account, raise your hand.
Okay. All right, well, perhaps what we can do is we can certainly invite them to offer a response in a successive week. We obviously, I think everyone understands we want to move forward. We want to work together. I do see hands raised. They do not appear to be anybody who's employed with the water district, so. All right.
And I'll just conclude my, I didn't really have comments, just to say that, scratching my head similar to Vice Mayor Jones as to what the heck the delays are. Trying to piece this together. And as I said during our very public meeting with Valley Water, I would hate to have personalities sort of on all fronts, right? Both Valley Water, maybe within our own staff, be an impediment to reaching some sort of deal or moving things forward. So I hope truly at our end, that's what we only have control of. But I do hope that we're doing everything we can to help facilitate this moving forward. Thank you.
Agreed. Thank you. Okay, that is item 212. Let's move on to item, well, let's see here. First, let's take public comment on item 212. And this is specifically on that item relating to the advanced water purification recycling that we've got. So I ask if those who have your hands raised, I see Blair, Paul Soto, and Roland. I'm just going to call on you. If you're not wanting to speak on this item specifically, just say you'll pass and we'll come right back to you on the future item. Mr. Beekman? Okay, Mr. Soto?
Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, Council. I wasn't going to say anything, make no comment on this particular item, but when I heard Mr. Provenzano speak, there was so much. What he stated is saturated with the answer to the questions that Vice Mayor Jones and Cohen and Councilman Jimenez are asking. I mean, I think that from the public, I'm not receiving information about what exactly is being said within the context of those conversations. So when Mr. Provenzano is communicating these issues to the public and they're acting on behalf of the public, there's a fiduciary responsibility to communicate to the public clearly, transparently, and effectively so that we know and understand what is being done within the context of these conversations. The way that Mr. Provenzano spoke about expediency a few times, I counted 4. And so I'm, as a public, as a citizen, I'm not concerned with expeditiously. I'm not concerned about comparing to this city or that city. I'm a citizen of San Jose. And so, that is what has me a bit concerned, is that there are elements and issues that is hampering the progress, but the public isn't informed about what those specific issues are. And then I come to a meeting like this and I hear a bunch of language, but no substance. There's nothing in there. But yet Mr. Provenzano knows what he's saying. And I have to sit and dodge and guess what he's saying. Thank you.
Thank you. Roland, do you wish to speak on this water item?
Yes, Mayor, thank you, and apologies for not being prepared. I just dropped into the conversation, but I've been meaning to talk to you about this for a long time because water is clearly an issue. And I was here actually in 1986 when we went to the exact same exercise. We lost the dam for 3 years. I mean, water rationing was beyond brutal. The marinas went bankrupt. I mean, the whole 9 yards. I'd been there and I knew we were heading back in the same direction if we have another 3-year drought. So There's two things I'd like us to, as a city of over 1 million people, to look at. Is number one, in the short term, is work probably with Matt Kano's department, because some of your constituents have known for nearly 10 years now how to repair that dam and repair it really, really fast without, number one, having to demolish it, and number two, not even have to drain it in the first place. So if we could start that conversation, potentially reach out to the people who have got the necessary expertise, and then come up with some kind of plan, at least an estimate, know exactly the dollar amount we're looking for, and just moving on with this with or without the Valley Water Authority. But the question is now, we don't have any water. Well, yeah, you can look at recycled water if you want. But respectfully, we've spent the last 20 years kicking the water can down the road about somehow this, well, yeah, it's a pipeline dream of bringing water from Oregon, which is the obvious place. I mean, they're getting 77 inches a year. They don't know what to do with the stuff. My proposal is very simple. You look at using the natural gas network to transport the methane for fuel cells. My proposition to you is, in the summer, there is surplus natural gas pipeline capacity. Let's start looking at how we can use that surplus capacity to transport water from Oregon to Silicon Valley. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's come back to council then. Item 2.22 is approval of Juneteenth.
Mayor, I think we still have a speaker.
Yes, I called on Mr. Beekman earlier, and I assume when he took his hand down, that was because he wanted to speak on other items.
Oh, okay. Okay, sorry, it was
Beekman,
showing.
Mr. Beekman, am I mistaken?
Blair Beekman is here. Hello.
Did you want to speak on the water item or on other items?
Yeah, I did. Good guess, though. I was trying to navigate how to talk about. I want to talk about this item, but I thought maybe I'd wait. But I think to hear Paul Soto again, it's a lot of relief, and he offered something interesting. I thought maybe I could contribute at this time. With your city council over the past month, with your public meetings, you've talked a lot about natural disaster preparedness issues. It's been really helpful and organized, and I think it's helping us understand a direction, what we have to comprehend for the next few years and the next several years in San Jose and the Bay Area. Possibly that is what the water department is going through. They're trying to navigate how to build and construct in the future of natural disaster preparedness issues. And so, if that can help at all, I hope it can, because I wanted to talk about overall subsidy issues and how all of subsidies plays into all of these water funding issues. I mean, and your whole council agenda item today has items about garbage, water, and energy, community energy. So you're dealing with subsidy questions, and how does that connect with these natural disaster questions? How do we build our better future with these ideas? And how do we really support low-income people who have a difficult time? And we work towards proactive new ideas of subsidies that can really support low-income people, and they can get clear direction and openness and understanding how they can work and receive this subsidy program. And perhaps for higher income people, say over 120,000, they can pay higher rate increases at this time. It's a matter of keeping things low and prices low, and we can all work on this. Thanks.
Thank you. Catherine Hedges, would you like to speak on water?
Yes, I basically was going to say what Blair Beekman just said. So that's my 2 cents about it too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Struve, welcome.
Kirsten Struve, Assistant Officer for Water Supply from Valley Water. I understand that there might have been a question from Valley Water staff, and I'm prepared to answer it.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Jimenez, did you want to ask a question?
Yeah, Ms. Struve, I was just hoping that you'd give us your perspective as to where the negotiations are.
Yeah, so the negotiations, we had asked in our letter from our chair to have elected officials involved, and we were prepared to discuss a facilitator in the meantime, which I did discuss with staff. but then I haven't heard, whether you would be all would be taking that up, and so it hasn't progressed beyond that. But as we have said before, we're interested in a San Jose facility and hoping to negotiate all three items, water, land, and RO concentrate at the same time. And we do have facilitators in mind that would help us if elected officials would be able to be involved.
Okay, thank you. And I guess that just prompts me to ask just one very quick question to Carrie and Jeff. Can you restate and remind me what you shared as it relates to your point of view of involving some of us, as elected officials, whether it be Vice Mayor Jones or someone else on the council? Is there an opposition of city staff to bring in some of the electeds to just be part of the conversation, or I'm trying to recall what you said.
So thank you, Councilmember. We discussed this during both the joint session and the April City Council meeting. We discussed whether or not City Council members should be a participant to the negotiations, and that would be unusual for the city, but we did discuss that, and the council direction was for staff to negotiate with Valley Water and to come back in January. And if there was not material progress, I don't remember the exact words, but if there was not material progress in June, then city council members would participate. Unfortunately, Valley Water has not wanted to meet with city staff unless council participated. So unfortunately, we've lost out on a 2-month opportunity to have some progress.
And Carrie, would you say that there has been no material progress then?
They have not been willing to meet with us.
Yeah, and so then since there have been no material progress just based on the direction we gave during the course of those meetings, is now the point in which the council members or electeds would be engaged in your view, or?
Certainly that's council's prerogative. From my perspective, it's unfortunate that they've been unwilling to meet with staff. I think, I'm open to any direction that council prefers. But I think in the spirit of council direction, they should have met with us. And I think it's a little disrespectful of our council direction.
Okay, thank you, Carrie.
Thank you. And I should point out in terms of direction, Nora, I believe this is on for receipt of a report only. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Esparza?
That was it. Actually, I just wanted to hear from Valley Water. I'll lower my hand.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just, Councilmember Jimenez makes a good point. There's clearly been no progress. On the other hand, it's a little bit like, the guy who kills his parents and then, cries for mercy on the court because he's an orphan. There's a way to try to work together to get to progress. And that is the same way we've negotiated in this city for decades. If we had a developer who said, I'm going to develop something, but I demand only to negotiate with elected officials, we'd say that's ludicrous. If unions did the same thing, we'd say, no, we have our negotiators, they're experts. We all have our negotiating teams that negotiate with one another. The notion that an agency would tell us who's going to negotiate on our behalf is, I think, an appalling lack of respect for the integrity of this city. And so we negotiate in the same way we always do, respectfully, professionally, with a negotiating team, and we stand behind our negotiating team. If they fail for some reason, and we decide as a council that we need to get involved in some way, that's certainly our right and our prerogative. But in the meantime, we have negotiators who are very capable and are, as far as I can tell, are doing their very darndest to try to elicit some response that will result in fruitful negotiation. I think we need to continue to encourage that path. I don't think any of us would feel comfortable with a developer saying, I'm going to pick who I negotiate with in the city. Councilmember Cohen?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on that statement. I agree with what you're saying. It's frustrating to me because I think I was prepared and others are, I think, on our council are prepared if we have to step in and help. But it strikes me that Valley Water is basically saying, since we know that that's the next step, we're skipping the first step. And we're doing this on purpose in order to get to where we want to be, which is to be at the table without, with people who aren't as much of an expert as the staff is. And that concerns me. So, while I was actually, along the line, thinking what Councilmember Menez was thinking before this report, that, it's time to move on to that next step. Hearing this feedback that there's not even been a response, makes me less likely to want to bail out, in my opinion, bail out Valley Water's behavior or excuse their behavior. So I'm with you on that. I just wanted to make that statement.
Thank you. Councilmember Menez?
Well, let me just say, I am not employed by Valley Water, but I think in all fairness, it seems like the staff level discussions have been going on for a while. And that's why I thought it was important to, bring into the fold the discussion about including some of the council members. And so it just seems like we've been at this location, at this sort of space for some time. And so I'm just simply interested in trying to find ways, to bring them to the table to have these discussions and move things along, because things have seemed to be stuck for some time. And I don't think that's beneficial to anyone.
Councilmember Menez, I know your interest is genuine. You just want to see progress. I think we all do. I had hoped that after our last joint meeting where there had been direction from council that, hey, we're willing to embrace the agreement. I think we've now, even after that meeting, said we're going to embrace the agreement that Water District cut with Palo Alto. It's a good starting point. That's low hanging fruit. Let's do what we can do. Get staff to that point where, once they reach an impasse, then, okay, let's have a political discussion. But if we can't even get to that point, we're going to be very challenged indeed. Councilmember Esparza?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to make a really quick statement. Again, I do understand that staff had previously met, and, it's been a heck of a time trying to figure out what has stalled, what those points are. And we are in a drought, as Vice Mayor mentioned earlier, and I hope that we could sit down and really clearly delineate what those negotiations points are so that we could move forward on the behalf of ratepayers and residents. And so I just wanted to state my desire to come to some type of agreement on behalf of our residents and move forward. I know, I think we all got an email from Valley Water today, and it was a little last minute. I'll be honest with you. We get this email well after the council meeting was scheduled to begin, and so I just, again, I'm at a loss to understand what these negotiation points are, and but this is so important and such a critical basic service for our residents. I would like to find a way to move forward. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate these sentiments. If I could just ask just one question, Carrie. Clearly, there are things we need to do together. There are things we can do alone here to try to address this gigantic water challenge we have. And it's going to be with us, we know, for decades. As we think about whether that looks like expanding Purple Pipe to improve our use of recycled water, potentially going it alone on advanced water recycling, and perhaps to direct potable use. Is there some way that staff would be comfortable providing the council with some of those options in the relative near term? I know we've got, we got a couple weeks till a break, but perhaps after the break, where staff could come back and tell us, here are the options we have for moving forward. And some of these, would involve obviously moving forward with the water district. Some we can just go forward on alone and at least give us a sense of some options so we can start to get some traction.
Mayor, definitely. We can come back in August with something.
Okay. Thank you. Look forward to that. And I think this would be a good conversation for us to continue. And hopefully by that point, water district will be, at the table with us, talking about how we move forward together. Okay, anything further on that item? All right, let's then, we'll entertain a motion as to the entire consent calendar.
Move to approve. Second.
Okay, there's a motion from Councilmember Esparza, a second from Councilmember Foley. I'm going to ask, since we're at the 3 o'clock mark here, or just beyond that, we did get a 3.5 hour late start here. And we've got a very jammed agenda. I'm going to curtail public comment to 1 minute so we can actually get all of our work done before a midnight curfew. So apologies to members of the public who'd like to speak. Mr. Beekman?
Hi, thank you, Blair Beekman. To speak on the remaining calendar items, I tried to be relevant with my previous public comment, and I think in the last part of my public comment, it would have spoke better to item 2.16 about garbage rate issues, and that's how to talk about the subsidy programs for this item. You had some difficulties with Valley Water recently. It sounds like to me Valley Water's just really made honest attempts to try to patch things over through the council process, and you've been a little uncomfortable with that, with so many projects going on with Valley Water and yourselves at this time. Good luck in how you work together. I quickly wanted to offer that the city manager's report, you had a closed meeting for over 3 hours today. The city manager could have given a bit more information about what the closed report was about and what happened in closed meeting today. And I guess that's about it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hey, Mayor?
Yes.
Before we continue with public comments, I also pulled 2.22.
Oh my gosh, forgive me. I did. Okay, so yeah, that's very important. Thank you. We got into such an extended debate, I completely forgot. So thank
No
you,
worries.
Vice Mayor Jones. So let's interrupt public comment for a moment. Let's go to item 2.22, which is approval of Juneteenth, as previously described. And Vice Mayor Jones, why don't you lead us on that discussion?
Thank you, Mayor. 2021 marks the 155th anniversary of Juneteenth, the holiday that recognized the first day of freedom for enslaved African Americans in Texas and commemorates the end of slavery in the United States as a whole. In celebration and recognition of Juneteenth, we're lighting the rotunda on June 19th. The African American Community Service Agency will be hosting a celebration for their 40th Juneteenth in the Park Festival on Saturday from 12 to 7 at the Santa Clara County Fairgrounds. I want to acknowledge Councilmember Foley for our efforts in moving the city forward towards recognizing Juneteenth. So thank you, Councilmember Foley. I invited two speakers to provide their perspective on Juneteenth. The first speaker is Mrs. Norma Callender. Mrs. Callender is a community elder who has broken down barriers and obstacles for future generations. We all stand on the shoulders of Mrs. Callender and all the others who came before us. Mrs. Callender will speak about Juneteenth from her generational perspective.
I'd like to thank Vice Mayor Chappie Jones, also known as one of my alpha sons, for inviting me today to speak about Juneteenth. For your information, Chappie and I also served as commissioners in the Neighborhood Commission. And I am going to talk about Juneteenth then and Juneteenth now. As a little girl in Florida, on the day before Freedom Day is what my mom called it. My mom, who was an avid civil rights leader until the day she left this world, used to make dinners consisting of fried fish, mac and cheese, collard greens, cornbread, sweet potatoes, and serve it to our entire all-Black neighborhood. And as I say, we knew it as Freedom Day. When we moved to New York, we moved to a town that at a maximum couldn't have had more than 3 Black families. And we had barbecues on Freedom Day. It was a time for the kids to play games, for all of us to play games. When I really
Okay, we'll give Henry a chance.
Yeah, Mayor, can you give me just a second to try reloading it and we can come back to it?
Yeah, there may be a problem.
Sorry
here.
about that.
We'll give this another shot. Mrs. Calendar isn't with us today on screen, is she, by any chance? Vice Mayor?
No, but while that is loading, we do have a second speaker, and that's Jaden Morgan. And Jaden is a young man who interned in my office. Jaden represents the future, and he will speak about Juneteenth from his generational perspective. Remember Jaden because you will hear a lot about him in the future. So Jaden is with us live, and if we can move him over as a panelist.
I have him in here now, Vice Mayor.
Great. Go ahead, Jaden.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor, for that introduction. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and City Council. This year marks the 156th anniversary of Juneteenth. On June 19th, 1865, in Galveston, Texas, Major General Gordon Granger issued Order Number 3, which declared that enslaved individuals in Texas were free. More than 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation, more than 6 months after the passage of the 13th Amendment, and 250 years after the first African slaves arrived on the American coast, the institution of chattel slavery had finally come to an end. Juneteenth commemorates that day. It represents a day of emancipation, opportunity, and even uncertainty. When we celebrate Juneteenth, we recognize the fortitude and courage of those who came before us. We honor the strong individuals who, despite facing day after day and time after time of brutal mistreatment, demoralization, and dehumanization, remain steadfast for the cause of freedom. Some may wonder why, after 156 years and several generations, does the African American community still celebrate this holiday? I believe Juneteenth serves as a reminder of the past. I believe it provides a contrast between then and now and makes evident the change we've undergone. But most importantly, I think Juneteenth turns our direction to the future, a more fair and equal future. One that takes into account the missteps and failed promises and missed opportunities of the past, and one that makes sure they are not repeated. I am made hopeful and I'm encouraged by the solidarity shown in this county and in this city. Let us hold the spirit of this holiday near to our hearts as we look forward to the future. And let us not just take steps towards this better future, let us take leaps and bounds. I'd like to thank Vice Mayor Chappie Jones for inviting me here today, and I'd like to thank this council for taking time out of its schedule for allowing me to share my perspective on this holiday. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jaden. Just remember that name. We're all going to be working for him. Is Mrs. Calendar's video queued up?
Vice Mayor, my computer's still having trouble, but I did forward it to Tony. So if she's able to give it a try on her computer, that might work better than mine. I'm sorry about that.
No worries.
In a sec.
Vice Mayor, while we're loading that, may I ask, is Mr. Morgan a college student? Did you say, or?
Yes, I am, Mr. Mayor. I'm a sophomore now at Stanford.
Fantastic. It's wonderful to have you here at the city. Come on back.
Thank you.
I'm waiting on SharePoint approval.
Sam, maybe, I know there's 2 hands that are raised. Maybe we go.
Okay, sure.
Public comments.
Yeah, good idea. Why don't we go to public comment on this while we're loading the video? And so this is just for public comment on 2.22, which is the approval of Juneteenth. And I should also mention our, I believe here at the City of San Jose, our 40th annual celebration of Juneteenth. Mr. Soto?
Thank you, Mayor. Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. Thank you, Vice Mayor Jones for bringing this to the fore. From a Chicano's perspective, and whose heroes are Baldwin, Ta-Nehisi Coates, Malcolm X, the Panthers, Tupac, MLK. These, for me, it's very solemn because I'm confronted with the legacy of white supremacy and its cruelty, in the fact that they will not let these men go. And they kept that information from them to exploit their bodies, because their entire Anglo identity is predicated upon the enslavement and the dehumanization of other human beings. And I am saddened to say that we have still, as a race of people, not rectified nor reckoned with that history. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to mispronounce your name, Iomoa. Ioma. Please forgive me.
Hello, thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Ihoma Umez Ernini. I am multiple generations in this country, but also hail from Nigeria. I just wanted to applaud the Council for this acknowledgement. In particular, I think this year, our nation has been reeling from new histories in Tulsa and other places. And so it's an important step to acknowledge this as a city and to celebrate the legacy of these many African Americans in our country and to honor their legacy in this way. So I hope we can continue to do many things like that, and just wanted to applaud the council for this step.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Roland, welcome.
Sorry, Mayor, I meant to spec on 216. I thought my hand was down.
Okay, we'll call you when we come back on that, Roland. Thanks. All right. Tony, how's the video looking?
Okay, let me give it a shot. Hold on, I don't know why audio is not playing.
Yeah. It's muted now.
There it is.
No, we're still.
I have share sound activated, so I don't know why it's not playing sound.
Okay.
Well,
the good news is, I think we all know Norma Calendar, so we're all gonna call her up and ask her what she said.
there you go. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, and we'll post the link somewhere.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I think I can post that link on the agenda so people can see it.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you for that. I'm sorry that technical difficulties prevent us from hearing Mrs. Calendar. All right, Vice Mayor, did you want to say anything further?
No, that's it, Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Was there a motion already? Yeah, there was a motion as to all of the consent items. So we'll go to public comment on all the consent items. And I think that we had Roland who was speaking, I believe, on 216. Roland?
Thank you, Mayor. And again, apologies for not being prepared. That's what happens when you work until 5 in the morning. On 216, I basically want to revisit what I said in open forum last week or the week before. And I don't know if it's in the has been considered. It's having a discounts for seniors. I've actually experimented in my house. I definitely do not take my trash out more than every other week. And I've actually discovered that if I compact my recyclables, which are mainly open boxes, I don't have to take my trash out more than every 3 weeks. So in closing, if somebody could please consider providing a 50% discount for trash disposal for seniors. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, because my friends are reaching out to me. I'm gonna go to the board.
If I could ask everybody to please mute their mics so we can hear Mr. Soto.
Thank you, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. Mayor, first of all, I'd like to ask that at the end of the meeting, at public comment, if I may please have 2 minutes, because it's at the end of the meeting, I waited till from 11:30 until 2:30. I was on here and I was waiting. So I would respectfully submit to you if I can be afforded that privilege. That's number one. Number two, with all of the items that are on consent, I'm being deprived of the ability to comment on them. There's law enforcement, there's hate crime, there's a lot of issues that really I think are deserving of public comment and exploration and discussion. And I can't. And so as a citizen, I'm really actually being deprived of that ability to be able to speak on the context in which I exist. And I'm being denied that by, I don't know how that is, but it's just happening on the consent calendar. Thank you.
Daniel Reyes, you had your hand up and then it went down again. Did you want to speak on this?
I'm sorry, no, I'd like to speak regarding the budget for the childcare.
Okay, all right, we'll call on you then. When you please put your hand up at that time, we'll come back to you. All right, so we have a motion with regard to all of the consent items. Let's vote. Tony?
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mayhem,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Lepardo.
Aye. Okay, thank you. We'll move forward then to report of the city manager, item 3.1. Dave?
Thank you, Mayor. I have no report today.
All right, item 3.3 is Mayor's June budget message for the next fiscal year. We'll call this item next. If I could just offer introductory statements here. My budget message, of course, is in the materials, and I appreciate everyone's patience. For those of you who endured reading all those pages, I want to thank my colleagues for their many budget proposals and the good ideas and insights about addressing the many immediate needs of our communities, both in those budget documents as well as in subsequent memos. I really want to thank the entire budget team led by Jim Shannon and Bonnie Yong and Claudia Chang. Bonnie is the assistant budget director, Claudia is the deputy budget director, and Bryce Ball and Selena Ubando and the rest of the budget team. We know that they work very long hours through the spring to be able to present us a budget that'll keep the wheels running, keep the wheels on and keep us moving forward. And this is work that never gets enough notice or recognition in the community, of course, because it's all internal here at City Hall. But I can personally attest to the very long hours and the weekends that this team is working, because sadly, they're responding to my texts and emails and phone calls as well. So certainly thank you to them. I want to thank all the department directors and staff for preparing all the many cost estimates for budget documents that we had. I know this is a lot of work this time of year for everybody. Coming back to my own team, I really want to thank Nick Almeida, who has done just an amazing job in several years, really wearing two hats. He is our office budget director, which consumes a lot of his time around this time of year, but he's really, his primary job is as director of strategic partnerships, and he's done an amazing job. He's moving on in just a few weeks to other adventures in the philanthropic world, and I know that he was in high demand, and so I'm grateful that he hung around long enough to help us and guide our efforts for as long as he did. In addition to the budget, I think he's had a lot of very significant role in overseeing many of our other important education initiatives. I know Candace Lee and Kendra Donahue worked to help us launch San Jose Aspires, for example. They were the ones spearheading that, but Nick was overseeing and managing some of that effort, and many other education initiatives, of course, that we've worked on to help launch, ranging from San Jose Works to San Jose Learns and the Coding Challenge and others. And then service programs, we've had just an amazing expansion of service programs in our city that have enabled us to bring in very talented people. In some cases, they're Encore fellows who are perhaps nearing retirement or maybe taking a break from their careers in tech, and they want to help support the city in some way and have a really significant role in helping their community. And we're grateful for their work. And Nick's been overseeing our efforts to bring in Encore fellows and other fellowship programs as well. And then launching the Resilience Corps, which grateful that this council agreed unanimously to launch back in March, and many other equity focused initiatives that we have. And so just grateful for all Nick has done, and I wish him well as he marches off into other great adventures in just a few weeks. Also want to thank Henry Smith and Julian Lake for their work, particularly on our community budget meetings, and Julian's work on ensuring we could have that interactive budget program online that enabled our residents to be able to meaningfully engage in the budget process as well. I mentioned my colleagues, and I want to thank them all for their very good ideas. There are several memos that have come in, I think some of them very recently. So if I miss any of these, I hope somebody will say something. I'll just indicate where I'm at in terms of supporting recommendations and some suggestions I'd make for modifications. First, Councilmember Mahan's memo, I support the recommendations there in that memorandum. In Councilmember Esparza's memorandum, I support the intention of seeing how we can focus resources here and appreciate concerns about accountability and oversight with some of the nonprofits that we've been working with. I had some conversations in the very brief amount of time since this got filed and now, which I think was just a couple hours ago, to try to understand better what our opportunities and options are. And Jim Shannon, I think, is with us. And Jim, if you could just let us know, my understanding is we don't know yet whether or not new positions on Gang Task Force would actually be something we could use our funding for from the federal American Recovery Plan. Is that right, Jim?
Yeah, I think we need to do a little bit more work because those are back of the house positions to support oversight of the existing programs. We need to do some more work to see if that would be eligible to make that connection with our eligible funding.
Okay. And I know that Councilmember Esparza has particularly focused on MBA 3, which staff set out some options for improving accountability and oversight. And I know Councilor Esparza, I'm sure we'll talk more on this, but I just wanted to suggest that I think if staff had some time first to evaluate whether or not this is an allowable expenditure, the ARP money, and then on that time, perhaps they can also sharpen their pencils a little bit and provide what I hope might be I'll use the word better, I know it's a loaded term, a better cost estimate in the context of our ongoing budget challenges with our ongoing deficit. And I guess what I'm getting at is this is basically a $2.5 million program. And I don't think it should take $500,000 of expenditure with 3 FTEs to solve an accountability and oversight problem in a $2.5 million program. I'm guessing we could probably find a better way to do it. And if we had a couple months and came back in the fall, I'd certainly support a one-time allocation that would enable us to be able to do this for a couple years in the hope that there would be ongoing money with a recovered economy. But I want to give staff some time both to determine the eligibility of those dollars and to see if we can focus a bit more on the recommendation. Well, I know it's not a recommendation in MBA 3, but the calculation in MBA 3. Jim, did you want to respond at all on that issue?
No, just to say, I think that's fair. I think staff will take that.
Okay. So that'd just be a suggestion, and I know we'll have lots of discussion about this after public comment. Councilmember Davis's memo, I support those recommendations, which really are not for action now, but to consider in October. Councilmember Arenas has several recommendations, and I support several of them. Let me just throw out where I think that we can certainly move forward. I'd support the adoption of the thrust of recommendation 2, which is around reallocating $500,000 from food to childcare. Although I'm always a little reluctant to do that in an account like food, but I'm told that there may well be some room there. And we all hope we're not going to need all that money for food necessities, because if we do, it means we're back in some of the very tough times of the pandemic. So, but certainly that's a very modest step. I would suggest that reallocation from food to childcare be for childcare more generally, because I'm told by city staff that we do have fully funded the transition of children who have been in the learning pods through CDBG money. And certainly I'd welcome it if our PNS Director, John Cicerelli, happens to be listening, if he wants to weigh in. John, happen to be with us?
Yes, Mayor, I'm here. Thank you. John Cicerelli, Director, Parks, Recreation, and Human Services. We do appreciate the flexibility in the money, and the reason for that is we still don't know the landscape in front of us. You know, we've still got conversations ongoing with school districts. There are kids that are in a gap between what CDBG can help with and what they can actually afford. We need to be able to identify those. So we think if given some time and a little flexibility with that money, we can come back with a plan. But as long as the money's there and flexible, it allows us to be nimble through the summer as schools start making choices. Because right now they're so focused on the summer that they're not giving us great answers about the fall. We feel like we're covered for the summer. We want to be sure we're meeting needs or gaps in the fall. More to come on that, and that's why I think it's easy enough to transfer this money over, keep it flexible, and in the fall, if we need to clean something up, we'll be able to clean it up then.
Okay, thank you, John. So I'd certainly support doing that. Support recommendation number 3 in Councilmember Reyes' memo around designation on the memoranda, and recommendation number 6 regarding the promotoris model. With regard to recommendation number 1, I'd suggest a modification. I know we have a study underway now from the University of North Carolina, I believe, to assess our needs in childcare. Is that right, John?
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay, so that should come back when, next month?
Yeah, we're expecting it late this month or the first part of next month, so we'll have it soon.
Okay, and I know I've started conversations with Marianne Dewan at SCOE, and I know there are other key stakeholders at First Five and the county and others I know we want to huddle with, Jill Bourne and John and their teams. I would suggest that we allow, get the report back, allow the experts and the key stakeholders to huddle before we have any joint city county elected official meeting, because I suspect we may end up getting to a place where we all have consensus anyway. And then we can decide whether or not we want that joint city county meeting, but I think it would be helpful to really have staff engage first with the work that we have underway, to come back with a strategy for how we can both, with the money we may have to allocate in October or September, whenever it is we're coming back with this decision, as well as in the future, to have a really clear strategy for how we're going to address childcare needs. So I would just suggest a tweak there on recommendation 1. And then 2 other tweaks. One is on recommendation 4. I know there's concern that Councilmember Arenas has, and I know she'll speak to it, I'm sure, in greater detail, about cost being the only driver here. And I appreciate that concern. I think SJPD has been clear in their written responses that there are many considerations independent of cost that will ultimately drive the recommendation about the use of examinations, the physical SART exams for child abuse victims. What I would just suggest is, rather than sort of barring them from stating what a primary consideration might be, just that staff be fully transparent about whatever all the reasons are for whatever recommendations they make. I think hopefully that accomplishes the same goal. I just don't want to be taking considerations off the table as long as they're transparent with us and the public. And then,
I'm sorry, could you repeat that really quick again about the SART?
yeah, I would just modify it very slightly to suggest that the recommendation be that staff be fully transparent about the reasons for whatever recommendation they make. And I know that recommendation is going to emerge from the convenings we have with the CAC and all the stakeholders there, the county, the DA's office, and others. But I know there's a lot of issues to wrestle with there, and I just don't want people feeling like we can't talk about cost. Well, we know that there's scarce dollars here, and there may be better, worse uses of those money. So I think cost should be something we talk about. I just want I think what we all want is that staff be fully transparent about what all the reasons are. And I very much appreciate and embrace Councilmember Reyes' concern. The cost shouldn't be the driving consideration, that we should be looking at all those issues. And then issue number 5, recommendation 5 is the only item on the memorandum where I think I have significant concern. And so I'll just describe it very briefly and then I'll wrap up. The Resilience Corps is largely targeting unskilled youth and young adults. And that's not to say we can't have some of them doing skilled work and unskilled work. And some will do skilled work and some won't. But and a lot depends on how you define what is or is not skilled work. But there's going to be work that is what we would consider to be manual. And there's a challenge if you decide we're only going to place unskilled workers in skilled jobs. That's not a recipe for their success in the short run or in the long run. I think what we probably would all agree is that what we need to do is everything we can to help support their upskilling, to give them every opportunity to get the skills they need. And that won't just be through a program or two, but encouraging them on a path to community college and beyond, and other kinds of apprenticeship programs and certifications and so forth. But all that's not going to happen in a summer, and it's not going to happen in a year. It's a process, I think we all understand. We gave direction in March as a council, and unanimously, and we talked about explicitly on page 4 of the budget memo then, it was planting street trees in Heat Island neighborhoods, eliminating blight and trash in neighborhoods and near waterways, clearing defensible space in the wildland-urban interface to counter wildfires, removing lawns to conserve water. Some of these may involve skills, some are purely manual, but nonetheless, some of this work is absolutely essential. And you know, subsequently on page 12, we talked about some work that we'd be doing with other nonprofits that are engaged in beautification and cleaning of our city. And I think it's fair to say, and I guess I'll ask Jeff Rester if he's here, we are not going to be asking our Resilience Corps members to go into encampments and simply clean encampments. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's correct, Mayor. I mean, they would be doing things in terms of creating defense lines, planting trees, as you had mentioned, bioswale maintenance and things of that nature.
Okay.
For most of the pathways, yes.
Right. And then, you know, for many of the pathways, my understanding is you've got a robust set of supports that you've been working hard on in various ways to help them upskill. Could you talk a little bit about those supports?
Sure. There are 6 different employment pathways under the Resiliency Corps banner. 2 of them are already underway. That's the Vaccine Champions, where the city has hired, and under the leadership of Kelly Parmley, about 160 individuals directly, and they're working with the county at various vaccine locations. There's also been a food boxing operation that San Jose Conservation Corps has been operating now for quite a while. So those are 2 that are already up and running, and there are about 90 individuals that are engaged at this point, working and employed by the San Jose Conservation Corps. There are really 3 new employment pathways. One is learning, which is going to be managed by the library. The intent there is to bring on 50 individuals. People would be recruited from San Jose State University, from De Anza College, San Jose City College, and other places. The library is putting a heavy emphasis on hiring first-generation students to fulfill the role to provide after-school extended education. They would receive counseling from the counselors at San Jose State and provided some form of supportive services. There's also another employment pathway for small business. There would be 20 young adults that would be hired through that. They would receive training from Facebook in the areas of digital marketing, for example, but in other areas as well related to e-commerce and other technology skills that they could basically apply and go work for a small business to help that business attract more clients. There's a third pathway as well, the environmental pathway. There's 80 slots that's envisioned for that. That would be also managed by the San Jose Conservation Corps. And Mayor, as you mentioned, there would be a wide array of kind of workforce development offerings for the young adults that would participate in that. San Jose Conservation Corps would provide trainings in such areas as park maintenance. The individuals receive a state certification. tension retention, they would receive a certification there as well. Work the Future will work closely with the youth, provide them with metrics training. We will also look to co-enroll them to provide them with other occupational skills training. And the youth will receive a wide variety of life skills training, financial leadership, financial literacy, leadership training, and mentoring and other forms of support.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Jeff. So I appreciate that. And I think when we had a conversation, you mentioned some of those certifications would be important actually to get hired at the city. Is that right?
That's correct. I think one of the key focuses, particularly for that environmental pathway, and I think, John and Avi Yotam from Parks and Recs can speak to this as well. But we see this as really, and they feel that it's really going to give individuals the skills that they're not seeing when people are applying for those entry level, say, park maintenance jobs, those park ranger jobs around that. And so they see this as an important part. There are other employment pathways, I hope, with CAL FIRE, people starting their own business as well as maybe a contractor, and employment in similar fields as well. So I'm not sure if John wants to speak further to the pipeline aspect of the environmental pathway.
Happy to, real quickly. Thank you. Yeah, it's our dream, really, to be able to create a pathway from the Conservation Corps or this Resiliency Corps effort straight into vacant positions within PRNS, primarily in our maintenance series, because a lot of the work they do with us is the trail work and the park work and things like that. But also, in speaking with Dorsey Moore, who runs our local San Jose Conservation Corps, and they've been fantastic with us through this pandemic. They've really stepped up, and they're stepping up now in a big way on Resiliency Corps as well. But we would also like to look at how you integrate a pathway to things like office specialists and more clerical work and things like that as entry-level positions. So we've had those conversations with HR, Conservation Corps. We've come up with a concept. We're trying to figure out if we can work that out over the next several months to year before this Resiliency Corps money runs out, right? So that there's a easier landing there. So that's an effort that we've embarked on. It's complicated, obviously. You have some civil service rules we've got to sort through in terms of, someone working somewhere else and then using that as a way to qualify for a job, a civil service job here in the city. But we think it's possible. We think we can do it, and we think it would be great for our organization.
Okay, thank you, John, and Jeff, thank you. So I just, with that, I just want to at least clarify the work that's underway, and I'd hate to hit the brakes on any of that work, which I think is important to pivot or shift gears, particularly given the council direction back in March. So I know in a moment we'll hear more from Councilmember Reyes about what exactly she intends, but I just want to make sure that we can continue on that. I think the path that you guys have already started on, because I think it's very promising. So with that, let's go to public comment, and then we'll come back to council for discussion on all these issues. I just want to lay out my initial positions and thank again everyone for their participation in this budget process. Daniel Reyes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Reyes, San Jose resident since 1960. During the late 60s and early 70s, San Jose was transformed from an agricultural city to the beginning of what is now the high-tech city in California. That transformation in city growth was unexpected, and as a consequence, grew with no strategic planning that impacted many of its residents. Traffic, job insecurity, wages, inequality, housing are among the ones that mostly affect minorities. You as political leaders need to accept the responsibility of the situation that children in low-income families are facing. City, county, and state politicians need to confront and accept responsibility in securing future generations to be an asset by providing early child care where they can start proper mental and social development. It is a long time overdue for politicians to consider women, mothers, daughters, and sisters' points of view when making family difficulty policies.
Thank you very much, Daniel. I might mispronounce your name here. Jay? Forgive me.
Hello, Mayor and Council.
My name is Jay Rama Murthy, and I'm calling today to urge the City Council to prioritize the needs of children and families. Currently, the city plans to dedicate almost no funds to children and families through the city's annual budget process. And without these funds, our families will be left behind. As schools and workplaces start to reopen again, families should not have to worry about the safety of their children. The budget should prioritize childcare to support our working families. As someone who's gone through for the last 12 years and recently graduated from the public school system, it's absolutely heartbreaking to see how the pandemic has created irreparable damage to the community, especially children and families. Only the city can act on this, and without it, we jeopardize the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands of hardworking families and their children. By including Councilmember Arenas' budget documents 89, 90, and 92 in the city budget approval process and her memo on item 3.3, Mayor June budget message to fully fund and prioritize the needs of children and families, we're investing into our future, the people who will run these city council meetings and take care of all of us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The person with the phone number ending 5098.
Hi, yes, good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Samantha Munoz, and I am a Corps member with the San Jose Conservation Corps and Charter. I'm here today asking for your support for the Resilience Corps environmental programs that will help provide pathways from unemployment to economic stability for dozens of young adults trying to make their way post-pandemic. The San Jose Conservation Corps is training young people like me to be part of the city's workforce to provide safe and clean green spaces for its constituents since 1987. I am the senior crew lead for the ATC Trail Safety Crew, who have been working tirelessly to combat the seemingly endless amount of trash and biohazards that have accumulated on our city's trails and bike corridors. Trail use is rising as warmer months take over, and with the pandemic lessening its grip, our presence has already been noticed and lauded by the public. Resilience Corps funding would greatly contribute to our mission and provide us with the necessary tools and PPE to keep our Corps members and trail users safe. I want to help my community and hometown better prepare and adapt to the ongoing effects of climate change that we have been experiencing and will continue to experience. And through the Corps, I have been able to. Please support approving funding for the Resilience Corps. And thanks for your time.
Thank you. Greg Kefferly, good to hear from you.
Hi, Mayor Liccardo and members of the council. Thank you very much. Greg Kefferly, CEO of Catholic Charities, Santa Clara County. And you've heard from me before on the equitable investment for recovery. But today, I really want to highlight the memo that Councilmember Arenas presented, and also a bit of your memo, Mayor, particularly the focus on children and youth and support for what Councilmember Arenas is trying to do there with making sure that the city is investing more with our children and youth, and doing it in, I think, Mayor, as you were mentioning, just in a very planful, thoughtful way with the partners like First Five, other nonprofits. And what you added in your memo around the Cradle to Career group is something that's really an example of that. So starting in the neighborhoods, especially those neighborhoods with children and youth that are highly affected by the pandemic and the economic crisis, and building on the strengths and resilience.
Thank you, Greg. Good to hear you back. All right, Dana, welcome.
Hello, I'm Dana Bennett, Executive Director of Kids in Common. Hello, Mayor Liccardo and council members. Frederick Douglass wrote, "It is far easier to build strong children than to repair broken men." I agree with that statement, and that's why I'm urging you to prioritize children, youth, and families in the budget process and in the use of the ARP funds, APR funds. These funds should be focused on children, families, particularly those who are low income, Black, Indigenous, Latinx, Asian, and other communities of color hit hardest by the pandemic. The focus of the funds should be on childcare, social emotional wellness, and learning loss in those communities most impacted by COVID. Please include Councilmember Arenas' budget documents and memo and fully fund and prioritize the needs of children and families. And I'd like to throw in one more thing. I think you should have a children's budget, which lets you see how you're spending money on kids and helps you keep track of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dana. Ioma?
Thank you. I spoke earlier. I live in District 6. I work at the River Church community as Director of Compassion Justice Ministries, and I'm a part of the Pact Beloved community team. and I want to make some comments, particularly on the items with regard to public safety. This last year has been pretty traumatic for public safety, and the protests last summer led to the adoption overwhelmingly of Measure G, so independent police oversight. A lot of the memo talks about proven methods of research methods to adopt, but I wanted to point out that the wage increases for police reflected in the budget doesn't seem to be a proven method to actually lower crime in our communities, particularly as much of the city has not seen the same wage increases. I would also point out that the money is not being spent to hire community officers or things that improve the perception of public safety, and the contrast with the amount of money paid from the general fund by police lawsuits and misaction even over the last year. So I want to urge the council to re-examine our public safety approach.
Thank you. Becca, welcome.
Hi, thanks. This is Becca from Teen Success Inc. We are a best provider. And I just wanted to speak quickly in favor of Councilmember Esparza's memo about supporting increasing the capacity of the best infrastructure. As she mentioned, the communities we serve have been traumatized over and over again, and the pandemic has made it even worse. And it's really important to continue to support the best program, the youth we serve, and to be able to really address the factors that are happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul, welcome.
Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. Thank you, Councilwoman Arenas, for your memo. It showed a very clear sensitivity, an understanding, a comprehension of what we experience as citizens in the community, and I appreciate that. I think that there was a moral and ethical backbone to your advocacy, and I appreciate that, because I think we're confronted and challenged right now with moral issues, because where we spend our money determines our values, period. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. You're not going to lawyer it up. You're not going to start using euphemistic terms, twist it around, and let's make it legal. No, that ain't happening. We know when we're being conned and we're being fooled. And so I also take great exception with this resiliency corps. I'm tired of seeing Mexicans doing landscaping work. That's not essential.
Thank you. Lena?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. Lena Ian, Santa Clara Valley Open Space Authority. I'm speaking today in strong support of several items within the mayor's budget message, in particular support for the Resilience Corps, including the partnership with the San Jose Conservation Corps for projects on the Guadalupe and Coyote Creek trails, $350,600 for urban greening, including $210,600 for tree planting in East San Jose, and other projects proposed in budget documents from Councilmembers Jones and Councilmember Foley. $73,100 to celebrate Alum Rock's 150th anniversary, and the authority offers to assist the city in this effort if desired, as proposed by Councilmember Cohen. And funding for Monterey Road projects, including the funding proposed for the Silicon Valley Leadership Group to create a website related to Monterey Corridor, for 4 radar speed signs on Monterey Road, as proposed by Councilmember Jimenez. And there's a few others, but I will save those. So thank you for your opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Lynn. Blair?
Hi, thank you. You know, the budget was back in May when you had the budget meetings in early May. It was mentioned by the mayor, the city manager, councilperson Perales, and Mahan about the ideas of, you know, where are we going to be going in the next few years? And I thank you again and again and again for bringing natural disaster preparedness ideas into our city agenda, and how do we add that to our models, how we're going to work in the next few years. It can address these child issues of Councilperson Arenas and the ideas of being nimble. And, you know, boy, I hope I have a lot to say on this item. Good luck in how we address things. And I guess thanks for your time.
Thank you. Jacqueline, welcome.
Hi, Mayor Cardo and members of the council. I'm Jacqueline, a corps member with the San Jose Conservation Corps,
and on behalf of the Corps, I'd like to thank the City of San Jose for investing in our program. With the city's funding, we were able to start our food boxing program back in June of 2020, helping vulnerable populations in need of food while working hand in hand with our patron, Second Harvest Food Bank of Silicon Valley. Ever since our agreement with the city and Second Harvest, San Jose Conservation Corps has been combating food insecurity by helping to ensure that 500,000 of our neighbors and community members receive food every month. I've been a part of this food boxing program since last August, and I love being a part of this amazing cause. There's nothing more gratifying than knowing that our team with Second Harvest are frontline providers working hard every day to meet the hunger needs of our communities. We ask for your continued support for us to continue providing for our communities. Again, we cannot stress this enough, but thank you, San Jose City Council, for your time and your support for an amazing essential cause.
Thank you. Aman?
Yes. Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Amandi Walker and I live in District 7, and I'm calling in strong support for the combined District 10 and District 7 efforts to slow down and stop speeders and sideshows at the intersection of Hillsdale and Communications Boulevard. Cars have crashed into the ComTel sign, cutting through lawn and destroying the property, as well as crashed into trees and cars at the intersection as recently as last week. I can't imagine how difficult it is for anyone that lives near those intersections. And I've seen for sale signs there because it's just unlivable. I support the roundabout effort or other deterrents to make this heavily pedestrian utilized area safer for families, as many families and children cross that street on their daily hikes and are at risk from a red light runner or speeder. Thank you.
Thank you, Aman. Janet, welcome.
Sorry about that. Thank you. My name is Janet Hull, and I'm a D8 resident and board member on 2 neighborhood associations. COVID-19 has opened our eyes to so many more issues facing our children. I fully support Councilmember Arena's memo by prioritizing children in our city budget. Specifically, item 1, partner with the relevant stakeholders that deliver services to our children. Item 2, reallocate 500,000 of the 22 million to transition children to after-school programs. And item 4, where cost should never be a factor in determining forensic exams provided to child victims of sexual assault. Thank you.
Thank you. Jugraj?
Yes, sir. My name is pronounced Jagraj. You pretty much got it right.
I'm sorry.
No, you got it right, sir. And so I would like to talk about the public safety initiatives for funding gun violence prevention. And so, I believe this is a big problem in our community, and we need to make sure that we address gun safety and also education for firearms. So I believe it's great that we are making sure that we're setting aside money for us to take a look at gun harm reduction initiatives, but at the same time, educating the population about safe use and also encouraging smart ownership instead of finding different ways to tax or actually reduce or take away the willingness to own firearms for self-defense and the liberty of that we're entitled to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Paula?
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Paula Escobar, and I'm a resident of District 8 here in San Jose. I'm here today in order to support the plan in investing families and community, and especially resources for children. This is important as we've seen during the pandemic that youth and families have been left behind, and we are instead investing in things and initiatives that harm our community. Specifically, continuing to invest in the police department has shown detriment, and we need to instead invest in socio-emotional wellness programs as well as childcare initiatives in order to support the youth of color, specifically our Black, Indigenous, Latinx, Asian American, Pacific Islander youth. I strongly support these initiatives in order to make sure that our city is best prepared to support the future and also uplift underrepresented youth groups within our community. Thank you.
Thank you. The person with the title Holt Bowie.
Yes, my name's Holt Bowie. I'm a resident of District 10, and I want to throw my support behind Councilmember Mahan's proposal to for traffic calming and pedestrian safety at the intersection of Hillsdale and Park. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Brendan Rawson. Brendan, I think your device is still muted. Could you unmute it and we'll be able to hear you?
There we go. Hope you can hear me.
You got it.
Great. Sorry. Thank you, Mayor Ricardo and City Council. I'm the director of San Jose Jazz, and this past year I served on the Greater Downtown Economic Recovery Task Force. As you're fully aware, the impacts of the pandemic have been brutally uneven. More than half of all job losses in San Jose have occurred in the hospitality, leisure, arts, and entertainment sector. Hotel occupancies, the driver of city financial support for arts and culture, plummeted from 74% down into single digits. The mayor's June budget message provides a thoughtful approach to begin building back support for the arts, as well as leveraging investment into cultural programs as cost-effective strategy to support the hospitality and leisure sector and its workers. I support the mayor's recommendations as detailed in Section G, Cultural Vitality, and I hope council will adopt these changes. Thank you all for your hard work on behalf of San Jose, and please mark your calendars for August 13 to 15 for the return of the San Jose Jazz Summerfest. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brendan. Brenda Sendejas.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. Today I call in support of Councilwoman Arena's memorandum. I just want to say that our working families have been affected greatly with this pandemic, and childcare has been one of the biggest issues. And I will let you know that my testimony working with children in one of the poorest districts, I had to see children riding with their parents who were gardeners or working at restaurants because they couldn't afford a childcare. That's not fair for our children. It's not fair for our working families. And that's not fair for our low-income families that are undocumented as well. I think we could do better, and I fully support this memorandum. I think we have to ensure that childcare is a reason. It's not a reason why our working families can't go back to work. Everybody deserves a chance to go to work, especially after being hurt with this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin?
Afternoon, City Council. My name is Kevin, and I'm calling on this budget to include things for election transparency reform. I recognize the election is a bit far, but we want to prepare for that when time comes. There's been a budget addendum number 30, which has some introduction to what it might take to introduce such a concept in San Jose, because it's been done elsewhere, as has San Diego and elsewhere. That I believe that San Jose can be a leader if it wants to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Eckert.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Eckert, CEO, Allen Rock Counseling Center. We provide best funded services to address chronic absenteeism and mentoring middle school youth. They're small programs, but they make a difference. I'm calling in to support Councilwoman Arenas' memo regarding to increase the focus on children's prevention. Also to support Council members Esparza's memo to support best infrastructure. The best programs could benefit by an improved database system so city staff can better partner with CBOs. And also nonprofits have capacity issues with being able to handle complex reporting requirements and data analysis. So we hope that this could be a good use of the American Rescue Plan funds. And I just thank you very much for the good work you do and your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert.
Thank you, Mayor Ricardo and Council. I want to give some support strongly for Councilmember Arenas' package on family and children's. In my employment capacity, I can't tell you the number of times per day that we're talking about childcare. It's something that's very important. I have two requests for you today. I'm wondering if you might be able to augment what you're doing for childcare by having some of the $20 million in the Resilience Corps work for childcare for those 500 participants on a self-contained basis. Also, I'm wondering if it seems that it's not clear on one-time funding versus ongoing programs. It seems like the child care and family packages may be looked at as one-time funding, but there's other things that have one-time funding but are ongoing. And I would like to hear a little bit more about that today. Thank you.
Thank you. Dorsey Moore.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Dorsey Moore. I'm part of the leadership team of the San Jose Conservation Corps and Charter School. I'm proud to serve alongside of our two previous speakers, Samantha Munoz and Jacqueline Tran. And I'm speaking today to support the Mayor's budget recommendations, specifically the Resilience Corps. In partnership with PRNS and as part of the Resilience Corps, the San Jose Conservation Corps will employ its nationally recognized Earn and Learn model to provide living wage work opportunities for up to 80 low-income young adults, offer support services and professional skill training to ensure post-program employment at a living wage, and then also to provide educational services, whether it be as part of our charter high school or enrolling in post-secondary education. And we're going to do this work through completing environmental conservation projects in the areas of wildfire prevention, enhancements of regional and neighborhood parks, and continuing our trail safety patrol. We look forward to working with nearly a dozen local environmental partner organizations to support their mission-aligned work and make San Jose more sustainable for all. Thanks for your consideration.
Thanks, Dorsey. And thanks for the great work of the Conservation Corps. Steve Bennett.
Thank you, Mayor. My name's Steve Bennett. We're on the subject of children, and I'd like to discuss the Cummingham Skate and Bicycle Park. I was there to see if I can take my granddaughter there. They wanted $140 for our annual pass, period. No daily pass. Now it's $120. I feel that's outrageous. The very youth and people you want off the streets, you priced them out of it. Raging Waters is $44.99 for a season pass. They have a higher overhead. Santa Clara Skate Park is free. I feel that, $5 at the most with the San Jose address. And I'd like to see that address. That's just too expensive. There's 5 people there a day, maybe. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer, welcome.
Hi, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for including us. My name is Jennifer Cotting-Bowie, and I'm calling in support of the Vista Park and Hillsdale roundabout. We're actually the house that lives right on the corner of the street, and we have a young daughter and many other children in the neighborhood, and it's just so scary. We get woken up frequently and can't sleep. It wakes up my young daughter and just holding her arms, watching with hundreds of people in our yard, with graffiti, fireworks, and just the traffic. It just seems like people are going to get killed. We've had, when I think my daughter was 2 months old, we were walking along the street and there were racers and they crashed, and police came to investigate the accident and just said, well, nobody was hurt. We're not pressing charges. But I mean, we could have been killed with the cars flipping over. It's just so dangerous. And we've lived there for about 3 years and have talked about moving so frequently because of the safety with it. So I'm definitely speaking on behalf of myself and my neighbors to show strong support.
Thank you, Jennifer. I'm sorry. Haley Gavorko.
Hi, my name is Haley Gavorko. I hadn't heard about this roundabout before that. I would also like to offer my support on that measure. I'm a volunteer with Moms Demand Action and a Campbell kindergarten teacher. I'm calling in support of agenda item 4.2 regarding firearms regulations. I teach 5-year-olds to hide from active shooters every year, and most recently have lost a loved one in the VTA shooting. Data consistently indicates that common sense public safety laws reduce gun violence and save lives. So I'd like to support that. And I'd like to thank the mayor and city council members for their leadership.
Thank you, Haley. Jeremy Bruce.
Good afternoon, Mayor Liccardo, members of the City Council. My name is Jeremy Barus, and I am calling in support of Councilmember Arenas' memo to allocate American Rescue Plan funds toward resources to serve our children in San Jose. As I've said in past council meetings, government budgets are moral documents, and with an investment in children's resources like childcare, enrichment, and recreational programs, the City of San Jose is standing up and sending a clear message to our working families that we are not leaving any family behind, especially as we're coming out of this pandemic. So I please urge the mayor and council to please support Councilmember Arenas' memo. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Peter Allen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Can you hear me okay? Hopefully.
Yeah.
Peter Allen, I'm calling today with San Jose Arts Advocates. As you know, I wear many hats in my public service. I wanted to commend the mayor for his budget message and urge the council support of it in terms of the support for the arts. As you all know, our creative industries here in San Jose have been extremely negatively impacted by COVID-19 and this pandemic, to the point of an existential threat to many of our arts businesses and nonprofits. So I really commend any use of ARP funds, as well as any available funds to backfill the disastrous results of the TOT this year. So thank you for that. And obviously we at San Jose Arts Advocates always encourage you to do more. We stand as willing participants and partners to collaborate on solutions to help make sure that our creative industries can thrive in San Jose, both during the recovery and beyond. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, I believe that exhausts public comment on this item. So let's come back to council. Councilmember Meehan.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you to a lot of thanks to give. I really appreciated your both of your budget messages. I thought that they laid out a really clear and compelling vision for the moment that we're in, the resources we have, and the priorities that our city has. And so I appreciated those. I know city staff has done a tremendous amount of work, probably more than any of us realize. And so I just appreciate that they're coming to the end of what's been a very long and complicated process. Appreciate their help with all of the questions my office has had over the last couple of months. And also really appreciate my colleagues' thoughtful budget memos and the priorities they've laid out. So I think there's a ton to be excited about in this budget. Obviously, it would be great to have even more resources. There's a lot we're not able to do, which is why I thought that the 4 priority areas that you laid out starting back in your initial budget message was so helpful. But I'll just highlight I'm super excited about the Resilience Corps and expanding San Jose Learns and extending Alfresco. Very excited about the concept of a data equity team. As you all know, I'm a big believer in investing in the tools and technologies and processes we need to be smarter as a city and be focused on the kinds of outcomes that we want. And I think that could really be a meaningful step in that direction. I also, as we hear a lot, at least I hear a lot from residents around getting back to basics. I think the emphasis on a cleaner and safer city is something that really resonates and shows the community that we're listening. And of course, expanding, our emergency housing sites and our SOAR program. And of course, I'm very excited about your inclusion of the quick build roundabout, which a number of people spoke to. I appreciate the members of the community who came out. That's an intersection where we've seen a ton of street racing and speeding, and a lot of families who live along there who are really frustrated. And so I think there's an opportunity for us to pilot something that could have a real impact. And then finally, just hitting a few highlights from your message. I appreciate that that you're recommending that we're not allocating 100% of the ARP funds for all of the reasons that you outlined about understanding what other agencies are doing and learning from all of the investments, some of which are new investments that we're making, and just getting more information to to make really smart decisions over the coming months. And I know we're gonna spend that money, we're gonna spend it well, but I just appreciate that we're being methodical about that. So I thought I would try to kind of put together a motion that incorporates the mayor's suggestions and just gives us all something to react to and then discuss or debate. And I'll quickly summarize my memo. So I'd like to, and I appreciate mayor's support for that. So, I'd like to move my memo, which includes basically adopting the mayor's June budget message. And I'm not quite sure procedurally how this works, but I did want to incorporate at least the spirit of Councilmember Esparza's memo that's actually attached to item 3.8. So somebody can tell me if that's kosher or not. But I thought her point about fees and fines and reducing the burden financially that the city imposes on and the impact that has on our lowest income residents was really well stated. I'd like to include that. And then my other recommendations basically do what I think is sort of reflected in the mayor's budget message, which is asking staff to come back with recommendations and more analysis, really with an emphasis on economic empowerment for residents who have been most impacted by COVID-19. And I know there's a lot of different ways to slice that. And I don't think I'm sure we'll have some of that discussion and debate now, and then with the remaining funds, that'll be relevant as well. But I think last night I heard, and I know he spoke again today, but Greg Kepferly mentioned, paraphrasing here, the importance of helping people in our community be economically empowered to build wealth and to achieve a financial sustainability and independence, which is what I think ultimately everybody wants. And so I wanted to just highlight that as a priority for staff to come back with, is what after some analysis, better understanding, we all have our opinions, but what in staff's expert opinion is most relevant or most likely to empower individuals to get employment, maybe for the first time. Obviously, the Resiliency Corps is a part of that bet that we're making, but more broadly, what levers do we have to expand, to increase income through building skills or other things we can do to help increase incomes. And then I think debt relief is very relevant. Obviously, there's rental debt relief, there's fees and fines, but are there other ways that we can reduce the accumulated debt that people can fall under and never get out from? And then also wanted to highlight, as just for consideration, that when we come back in the fall to look at those remaining unspent funds, that we also look at potential one-time investments that we could make in the city that we otherwise might not be able to make in our operations, but that would offer us potentially outsized ongoing savings and efficiencies so that we can do more for our community with less. And I'm mindful that we have an ongoing structural deficit. I don't know that there's going to be something that comes out of that exploration, whether it's an investment in technology or a process change or consolidation or what it might be internally. But I do think, as important as it is to get dollars out to the neighborhoods, I also think it's worth at least considering the question of whether or not there are one-time investments we can make that would give us more leverage so that over time we can do more. And that if we do continue to face that structural deficit, by increasing efficiency, we don't have to make cuts in the future and we don't have to make those tough trade-offs. So that's the other component. And then the final component of my memo is really talking about something I'm passionate about, I think would help all of us. I think we're kind of moving in this direction, but really aligning enterprise priorities, the city's road mapping process, and the budget process around measurable goals so that we're all clear on what outcomes in the community we're trying to create with our budget decisions. And I outlined in my memo some ways in which I thought that could work and some ways in which I, at least, maybe as a first-time person going through this process, felt that there were gaps or lack of clarity around how those things all connect. So I just wanted to highlight those items. And then also would like to move along with my memo, Councilmember Esparza's memo, with the modification that the mayor noted, which I believe the suggestion was to move that memo forward with the caveat around confirming the source of funds and the eligibility of the ARP funds. Mayor, is that accurate?
Yes, and to ask for staff to sort of sharpen their pencils on MDA 3 to see if we can do this more cost effectively than with the $500,000.
Okay, great. So including that, Councilmember Davis's memo in full, it's very supportive of the Beautify SJ and SOAR expansions, well, consolidation of Beautify SJ. And then on Councilmember Reynos's memo, similarly, I agreed with the suggestions that the mayor laid out. And so I think to just go in turn, I think for item 1, conceptually agree, but and would love to hear more from staff on this, but essentially getting back the North Carolina study and allowing our staff and key external stakeholders to discuss before we have a joint city-county meeting and complete the existing body of work. On 2, I believe the suggestion was to just increase the applicability to childcare more broadly, since the learning pods appear to be financially covered at this point. So just expanding eligibility. I believe 3 and 6 were also included. The suggestion of item 4, just modifying that language to allow staff to be fully transparent about the reasons behind whatever recommendation they come back with, made sense to me. And then I shared the concern around the definition of skilled work for that final item recommendation 5 in Councilmember Reynos's memo. So would want to also leave that one off or open to a friendly amendment. But I thought that the work to future, what was outlined in terms of the approach there made sense, and kind of balancing the fact that many people are coming to this work without a lot of skills. And so we're trying to help them up-level their skills while also giving them steady employment and income along the way. So I hope, Mayor, did that cover the various memos and your suggestions?
I think you got all of them.
Okay, great. Again, just don't want to step on anyone's toes, but just wanted to lay that out and get a motion on the floor so we'd have something to react to. I wanted to try to summarize what I thought I was hearing. So I will, I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And I think I heard a second from Councilmember Davis. Is that right? Thank you, Councilmember. Okay, Councilmember Arenas.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to thank all of the staff for all of the work that they've done. And I think you outlined all of the, Mayor, you outlined all the collaboration that needs to happen among all the different departments. And so thank you so much for bringing us to this point that we are now. I'm going to go straight into the mayor's budget message. There's a lot of really great things that I absolutely appreciate, and I'm right on track with them. Because I believe I only have 10 minutes, I'm going to go straight into, let me take a moment actually to talk about one, Mayor, I think you were very thoughtful about holding off on some of the conversations. Was I excited about holding off? No, because our families really need our support in this very moment. And I believe that every level of government needs to pitch in and do their part. But I do think that we need to be strategic and well coordinated. And so one of the reasons why I have item 1 is because, really because of that reason, and because you indicated that you wanted to make sure that everything was well coordinated. Now, I know that there is a study from North Carolina. I was part of the interviews that took place earlier this year. And while I think that it's a great idea for us to take a look at that, as well as what staff, how they want to coordinate. I do think that the systems involved in our city need to continue to talk with one another and not duplicate services. And this is what we did last year with our digital response strategy. We met with our county counterparts on a very kind of unofficial, there were these Saturday morning calls, but I don't think that we need to do Saturday morning calls. We need to have this very official process that has worked. And I think many of you understood that I've had joint meetings with the county around sexual assault, and those have been absolutely productive and strategic. And so this is an approach that I'm hoping that we can continue to take. And this is one of my, and I find it'll serve, I think, what you wanted, Mayor, in terms of making sure that it's all coordinated. And so I wonder, Matt, if you would take on item 1, so it reads that direct the city manager support the mayor's childcare message on page 16 by convening stakeholders in direct discussion through stakeholders and staff in direct discussions through June and July, and then bring their progress to an August joint meeting of the Neighborhood Services Committee. And so everything else stays the same. And so it basically incorporates what the mayor has suggested. Would that work, Matt?
Yeah, I think that makes sense. So sorry, what is being changed at that point? I didn't quite follow it.
Yeah, let me just read the a couple of screens here. Okay, the thing that's changing is by convening, that's not going to change it. So convening stakeholders and staff in direct discussions through June and July, and then bring their progress to an August joint meeting of the Neighborhood Services Committee, and then the rest of it.
Right.
And so basically it's allowing staff to do their piece.
Yep.
Their direct discussions through June and July, and then bringing their progress back to an August meeting.
Okay, I think that makes sense. And that's just does that drops the committee of the whole for now? Is that right? Or is that
no, the Neighborhood Services Committee and the Committee of the Whole is the joint meeting. So that is I don't think that there was any opposition in having us have a joint meeting. I think what I heard the mayor you say is that you wanted to incorporate what staff had already been working on, especially around the North Carolina study.
If I could just offer, and I recognize, I don't want to take away from your time, so obviously we'll give you more time here, Councilmember, but.
Thank you.
I have no moral opposition to joint meetings. I think, they can be very productive. I'm guessing that what we may learn when staff and county, city, and everybody work together is that we all agree anyway, and you may not need that meeting. So I just ask that maybe you could consider that. I mean, I know you sit on rules, I believe. Is that right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So just have it come back to rules, and you guys can decide at that time if you really need a meeting or not, or if you got a plan, you're ready to go. Because I know it's a lot of work for staff to have these joint meetings, and I hate to think we're gonna have city and county staff run around in circles for the meetings.
Actually, most of the work is on my team and not on staff to put together. And I think, and I spoke to the county counterparts, and the chair and the subcommittee chair, co-chair, and they are open and willing.
Okay, that's fine, as long as they're willing to take on the work.
Perfect.
Sounds good.
Okay. And then the second item, I was hoping, and this goes back to what I was, and this has to do, I'm sorry, this has to do with item. Has to do with the SART exams. Item
number 4.
Number 4, I'm sorry. My eyes aren't working as well as they used to, even though I have some glasses on. Okay, so the SART exams, and the reason I want to bring this discussion up, I know that there's differing perspectives on this, but one thing that has changed in this county is the Children's Advocacy Center. And this advocacy center is like a one-stop shop. Now, in this one-stop shop, some of the effective protocols is to have SART exams in one place, have interviews. And so I want to share with you that there's studies that found that children's advocacy centers were more likely, and I'm going to read something to you that I found, were more likely than comparison communities to offer, the medical professionals have noted that one of the most important reasons for having an exam is to reassure a child of his or her body integrity. So it's one of the reasons that child advocacy centers work with the doctors inside. The second reason is that that delayed reporting for victims not delayed. when victims actually participate in SART exams, it produces better cooperation. And so for me, that means higher closure rates for our children. And I think, one of the things I'm going to ask you all to do is to think of yourself if you were a child and if you were in that place, if it was your daughter or your cousin or your little sister. And so SART exams provide an opportunity for a child to have a recognition of a medical profession that their body, there isn't nothing wrong with their body. They can feel whole. And second, it gives them an opportunity to engage more with our police and justice system, so that there's better closure rates and hopefully a better outcome. And then the last thing that I'm going to say, so there's one of the main reason that I'm talking about this is because it's so crucial for our children. And then the second thing is that it was brought to my attention that there's Additional Violence Against Women Act. It's VAWA grant funding for law enforcement to offset the cost of SART exams by $911 per exam. And so this was tripled earlier this year and expected to remain the same for the next year for all exams. So I'm hoping that cost is not a factor. And then there's also a bill, AB 925, that was recently removed from suspension and was ordered to the Senate, where it is currently in the Public Safety Committee. And this would offset the cost of medical evidentiary exams of a sexual assault victim who at the time has decided not to report to law enforcement and reimburses the law enforcement agency at the same established rate for victims who have decided to report an assault. So there's no loss in producing and having a SART exam, even if the child or even if the survivor decides not to move forward. So all to say this, that as much as I want to share with you I accept the transparency of all reasons, but I'm really going to be looking at this item, and I'm going to expect that the stakeholders who are looking at this item decide, because they are the experts. But I wanted to really clarify in the budget message, it said that the budget might be spent better elsewhere. And I don't know where elsewhere would be better spent than the future of our children and their well-being. And so I don't want this to be a factor. There's nothing I'm going to ask you, Matt, to change. You obviously adopted the language, but this is my piece about that. And I want to tell the folks who are participating in that stakeholder program, and who's on our end, I know that we need to come to an agreement, but the criteria really needs to stay with the experts who are producing and completing all of these exams, and not anecdotally with us. So the last thing is, Mayor, I appreciate your inclusion of the items that you've accepted so far. I completely understand your response to my number 5 about the Resilience Corps members. And if you see the last sentence says, ensure a scope of work that provides training and development of marketable skills and a career trajectory to achieve a living wage. I wasn't asking to have unskilled workers do skilled work. I'm asking for a path. And I hear that loud and clear from staff who spoke to me previous to this meeting, and some of the additional information that was provided right now during this meeting. So I completely understand it. I just want to make sure that we're culturally sensitive and that we're not systemically propagating something that I think needs to get undone, and that's labor for people of color, labor work for people of color. There is nothing wrong with labor work, but I want to make sure that our youth have skilled opportunities. And so that's the last thing that I'll say. I'm not going to argue whether to integrate anything different, Matt. So I'll make it really easy for you. That's it. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to thank Jim Shannon and his team for always keeping us on a fiscally responsible path. And I know that's harder these days because you have to come back to us so much more often than just a couple of times a year, given the funds that we've received. So I just really appreciate your team's work. I also want to thank the mayor for both the budget messages. I know you've also had to make some tough choices this year, and I appreciate the recovery focus, especially in the hardest hit areas as during the pandemic, including the East Side and the arts community. Our economic recovery is paramount for our city and for getting our services back on track. And I very much appreciate and know how hard it is to make those decisions. I also want to thank my colleagues for all of their submissions. There were so many good ideas there, and I wish we had the ability to fund them all. I especially appreciate that. I think every council member had a Vision Zero project that in the June budget message. And I know that Councilmember Perales and Councilmember Foley, who head up that task force, appreciate that. It's definitely something we hear about from our residents across the city. And I know that those projects are important. We heard about one today, but there's one like that in every district. So I'm glad we've been able to cover some of those. And I just want to mention that I do appreciate the inclusion, Mayor, of the direction on doing a citywide fireworks display for next year, and the inclusion of making block party permits free citywide again this year. That's something I've asked for, I think, in every budget. Of course, it didn't get used last year as everyone was distanced, and I think it's just great for people to have something to look forward to and for people to be able to get back together. It's important for us to continue to reestablish the ties that we had with our neighbors and to establish new ties, as I know people have moved in and out of the city in the last year and a half as we've been locked down. So I'm really glad that we're going to be able to do that again. And I hope that my colleagues will join me in publicizing that far and wide and encouraging their neighborhoods to have those block parties, which are used to be a staple of the summer. And I hope they can be again starting this summer. So that's exciting to me. Let's see, I have a whole bunch of notes. Oh, I had one question about the childcare pieces that you did put in there, Mayor, for the library. Jill Bourne, I think I saw her on here earlier. There you are. I just wanted to ask, so back in 2013, I was on the Early Care and Education Commission before it merged back in with the Library Commission. And we had something called the Smart Start program that sounded very similar to what the mayor put in the June budget message. Was your thought that you would kind of restart Smart Start? Or I just kind of felt like there's not really a need to reinvent the wheel, but I don't know how much of that work still exists.
Yeah, that's a good question. And I actually hadn't thought about it in that context. So many years ago, actually, when I came to the city, the Smart Start program had been essentially defunded. And we, with council's support, have slowly built it back up under the broader umbrella of early education. Yeah. And so then, the council has supported and adopted the early education quality standards, and we've worked closely with our partner PRNS. And so I think it's a much broader program now. It actually, the intent was to fully leverage the resources that the library has in early education and early care, to really make sure that it's happening all over the city and all of our assets, and then now partnering with both PRNS, but also many partners in the community. And so I think the goal really is to try to knit together all these different efforts that are happening. There's so much more movement now in early care and education from all aspects, and a lot of exciting sort of momentum around these things. So yes, we are going to be looking back at the facilities piece, which was part of Smart Start. Yeah. And how do we support the care providers in the community with the training that they need, and some of the sort of cutting through the red tape and getting to the point of being able to open more centers. We continue to hear from the County Office of Ed that of Education, sorry, that the need for more licensed care facilities or child care ready facilities, whether they're licensed or license exempt, is a huge blocker to being able to expand the number of seats. So that is one effort, providing the training so that more care providers can become licensed or become accredited so that they can work in care provider and actually increase their wage abilities. And then also working on, several of the license exempt programs as well, and increasing quality and resources for them.
Yeah, that's great. So one of the things, so I was on the Early Care and Education Commission from 2011 to 2013. So going back, almost 10 years, the needs are the same, and everything you just said about what the County Office of Education has said about the limitations was true 10 years ago. So I'm glad we're slowly building that back up. We had partnered with, I was trying to remember today which community college, but we had partnered with one of the community colleges to provide that training. So I don't know, again, I don't know how much of that, how much of those program materials and information still exists, but I think there's not the need to completely reinvent the wheel on those pathways. And one of the other things that we did that you didn't mention was we helped in-home providers who were already providing care to find space to start. So you talked about finding space, but we actually had a pathway for, if you were already an in-home provider, to find space to be a bigger daycare.
And that is part of the program still. It's
okay,
the Family Friendly Neighbor program that has been developed out. And so we've actually been wondering, we've done some updates for the Neighborhood Services and Education Commission, or committee, sorry. And we've been, thinking about how to make sure that a lot of this work is, that the full council is informed about some of these programs that have just been developing behind the scenes, continued to develop despite the sort of interruption that the pandemic provided, and are now sort of ready to ramp up once again that we're reopening.
That's great. And if you, I know this is something that Councilmember Arenas is very passionate about, and many of us either have young children or have had young children and know how hard it was to find quality childcare. I'm sure if you would like us to put out the word for applicants, I'm sure we'd all be happy to do that. I know I would.
Thank you.
Please reach out to my office and we can talk about more how I can help promote the program. I appreciate that, Jill. Thank you.
Thank you.
I did want to ask, I don't know if this is for Dave, Jennifer McGuire, or for Jim, but regarding Councilmember Mahan's number 3 about aligning the annual budget planning process with measurable performance targets. Dave, I thought we were on a path to do that. Can you kind of talk about where we are versus what the endpoint is and what the timeline is for that?
I'll ask Jim to kind of jump in as well. So, yeah, I think, we've had a couple of conversations certainly with the council about this. And in particular, I think what the point is aligning our enterprise priorities with performance measures and so forth. So I think that's definitely the track we were on. As we've mentioned before, I think with the pandemic, we certainly got derailed with some of that work, and now we've done a bit of a reset on the enterprise priorities. And actually now with all of your help, we've got a roadmap that aligns with the enterprise priority. So I do think the natural next step is around performance measurement of those activities. And so, Jim, is there anything you want to add to that?
Just to say, also, integrating the roadmap budget process is part of our roadmap too. So we want to extend that to, we have other processes around the budget just besides the proposed. So we have our base budget process, which is a really important process we spend a lot of time on. And so folding that into there along with the enterprise priority performance measures I mean, the direction also aligns with sort of where we're at. So we're recommending to you a budget that's not structurally balanced in the out years, right? We're balanced for 21, 22, but we have an ongoing shortfall that's pretty significant. And so part of our budget balancing principles and policy that the council's adopted says, hey, if we have to do that, you administration need to come back to us to put a plan together to bring us back into structural balance. And so I think aligning what Councilman Mahan is talking about in the memo aligns with that direction too.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. And then I see I'm going over time, so I just want to make one final point and thank Councilmember Mahan for including my memo. I think you used one of the phrases I use, cleaner, safer city. Always a priority for me, and even more so for my residents across the various areas of my district and across the city. Anytime I've talked to anyone, that has been a pain point for the entire pandemic and even before that, of course. So I'm very much appreciative of the inclusion for the Beautify SJ consolidation and the SOAR program expansion, and hopeful that when it comes back in the fall, we will be able to make that commitment to meaningfully impact those areas, because we've told our residents that we would do that, and that's why those MBAs came forward. We directed staff to bring them forward, and I have told my residents that it was coming back in this budget, and now I feel I felt compelled to bring that forward, and I understand why we can't do it right this minute with all of the unknowns at the county and the state and the federal levels, and what's coming down and what's going to be happening. But I hope that we will be able to utilize some of those funds in the fall to impact those areas that we know are of greatest concern for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Esparza?
Thank you. That was a really good segue, because I actually wanted to thank the mayor and Councilmember Davis for expansion of Beautify SJ and Councilmember Davis's memo for SOAR. I also really wanted to take the moment to thank Councilmember Arenas for her citywide leadership on sexual assault, and to find a path for further discussions on the SART issue. And so I just wanted to note that. I also wanted to thank the mayor for supporting the work of Councilmember Davis and I. Did some work around sideshows, which I think is a citywide issue, and we were all very passionate about addressing. And so I wanted to say my thanks on that. And there are a couple of, I wanted to thank Councilmember Arenas for her East Side, Business East Side, and Vice Mayor for his focus, consistent focus in small businesses, and the Mayor for supporting the East Side, including the Story Corridor, and particular the Southern Gateway to the city, which is the Monterey Corridor. I also really wanted to thank the mayor for supporting Santee. We've had many discussions over the years. It's the city's only housing and public safety injunction. And I'd like to thank Nora and the city attorney's office and all the other folks who have put so much work into uplifting an entire community, and more to come. I want to talk a couple minutes about the Japanese Friendship Gardens, and to thank the mayor for what I'm thinking of as a down payment to leveraging some city funds towards some grant funding. The city is going to pursue some other regional or statewide grants to properly fund the Japanese Friendship Garden. And so there is more to come on that. It's a symbol, I think, for the city and for the region, to the dark years after World War II, the internments, and about how to create reconciliation in a city. We all have, growing up in San Jose, we all have many fond memories of the Japanese Friendship Garden. So I will unveil a mystery that was solved during the research process on the Japanese Friendship Garden, which was What we know and love as the Moon Bridge was originally named the Tycho Bridge. It's a mystery that got lost in the decades with time. And so that is what is really requiring a lot more work, and it's a city's historical jewel. And so I just wanted to thank PRNS for all their hard work, investigative skills, Public Works, who actually, I believe, for a short time studied Japanese wood joinery to figure out the bridge and what is needed to resolve that and to really fix it so that it can shine. I wanted to thank Councilmember Mann for including my item, which I'll talk a little bit more at 3.8. But to me, it's really a matter of equity to not debt burden our communities. Fines, which we have discussed so many times at the council, really are a tool to change behavior, not to create revenue for the city. And so we just don't want to create adverse reactions. We don't want to hurt people and put them in holes that they can't get out of. So I wanted to talk a couple of minutes about BEST and really thank so many people that have worked on this. This was actually a project of a District 7 resident, a Silver Creek grad, who former Mayor Susan Hammer tapped to really create BEST. And to me, it's a BEST and the Mayor's Gang Task Force are the original reimagining. And I think at the point that we are now in the city's history, it gives us some time to really look at how we invest in communities that are facing violence. And that violence is so often connected to poverty. And in particular, I'd like to thank the Mayor, Vice Mayor Jones, and Councilmember Carrasco for working along with a number of staff from PRNS. And I'd like to thank Angel Rios, John Cicerelli, Andrea Flores Shelton, CJ, Petra, David, and so many others who have put a lot of time into having to not just increase oversight and accountability in BEST, which is definitely something we should do and how our discussions began. But the exciting part to me is that BEST and this investment into BEST creates an opportunity for brokering partnerships and how to leverage private funding. So to the mayor's point that this doesn't become sort of an ongoing cost, but we have an investment to leverage outside funds to grow the work that we need to do in communities that are facing so many difficulties and so much despair. Last week, I had 2 meetings in one day about 2 separate shootings in District 7. And these are communities that are facing so many challenges, communities that have been on the front lines of COVID, communities that are on the front lines of the poverty in our city. And BEST presents an opportunity to invest in them. And I think that's an area that we need to grow. And so thank you to everyone for really believing in that and to see how we can grow and invest in our community. Lastly, I just wanted to bring up, also thank the mayor for supporting swim scholarships at Mayfair, Fair, Rotary, Ryland, and Camden pools this summer. I think it's really important. We've already seen all the kids and families outside in communities like mine, and I'm sure like Mayfair and Councilmember Carrasco's district, they don't have anywhere to go. They don't have money to pay for things, or and so I think that this is positive for all of the children and families in our city, and it's an impact that's going to be felt particularly in communities like Mayfair and Santee and Fair. So with that, I had one thing that I wanted to open up, which is on the Fair Swim Center, which was frankly closed. I know it was part of the city's reuse, but communities in Santee couldn't afford $5 per half an hour to use the pool. So it essentially sat unused except for San Jose State's swim team who would practice there. And the community could look through the bars of the swim center and look at the empty pools that they couldn't afford to use. And unfortunately, that happened for too long. And so that left the swim center in a state of disrepair because because of the Great Recession, had to step away. So I wanted to thank the mayor for supporting an investment of the Essential Services Reserve. District 7 is going to put in some CNC funds, but there's a portion of funding for gate repair, improved signage, garbage enclosure improvements, and building paint and repair that would require the use of District 7 CNC funds, which is basically almost gone. Districts like mine don't have a lot of construction to be able to pull taxes from to invest in communities like District 7. I know I'm certainly not the only one that faces that challenge, but I wanted to offer an amendment to suggest that we look at other forms of funding, including CDBG, including other grant opportunities, and just kind of leave it to staff to see if there were we could look at, investigate other sources of funds for coming up with that difference. And that's the suggestion and the friendly amendment to Councilmember May.
Sounds good to me. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councilor Esparza, you want that to come back in October when we're considering all the ARP money?
Actually, I wanted to leave it pretty open to staff because there might be, this neighborhood is 100% extremely low income. I mean, if you look at the census tracts, it's all extremely low income. It qualifies for CDBG. So I actually wanted to leave it to staff to pursue other whatever that might be. It might be ARP to come back in October, or it might be another source that might be more applicable.
Okay.
And that's it.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Councilmember Perales? Oh, actually, I didn't ask. Councilmember Davis, that's okay with you as secretary?
Yes, of course.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Perales?
Yeah, thank you very much, and appreciate the comments, excuse me, from my colleagues, and the work from staff as well, and the work from Mayor, yourself, and a lot of effort gone into this budget. And certainly we know we have challenging yet uncertain times, and I think that overall this budget matches the needs of our community. And besides the uncertainty around the ARP funds, I think that I can agree with the direction on where we're going today, and that we should wait as well until we have more clarity, and return in a few months to make some further decisions on the remainder of the use of that money. And appreciate as well the inclusion of some of the individual budget requests coming out of my office. Specifically, and one was not actually a request, this was from prior years, but it was included this year in our capital budget. And this is in regards to the quiet zone through Japantown. And I know my residents are very excited about this, have been stressed for a number of years now, and really a lot of frustration. Residents that have sold their homes along the railroad tracks there that have given up hope, unfortunately, but we still have a lot of people that are very eager to see some change. And so I'm excited to see that we have set aside some funds going into that work. And want to thank our Department of Transportation as well for their work and focus on this issue. Union Pacific Railroad can be a challenging organization to work with, and our DOT staff have been working closely with them, the FRA, CPUC over the last several years to try and get this done. And on behalf of my residents, we truly appreciate that. And we've also had great partnership from the county, federal, and state partners on looking and actually requests that were put in this year as well for additional funding. And so we're getting a good bit of coordination And the hope is that we can get a good number of these funds approved and finally see some progress on implementing the quiet zone there. And so looking forward to that and thankful for staff for their inclusion and work on that. In regards to, I think the funding that we're going to be discussing in a couple months here, and really this remainder of ARP funds that we're going to talk about on the council. I know that we have included in there $500,000 for the COVID recovery, the citywide recovery task force. And we had a lot of success this past year on the Greater Downtown Economic Recovery Task Force, led by my office, and the Health and Racial Equity Task Force, led by Councilmember Carrasco's office. And the goal that I had intended, as I had put that forward during priority setting, was that we can actually take all that work and that input and then help us as we recover. And then specifically now that we have this funding to help with that recovery, that we utilize the community voices to help us direct that. And I think I'm happy with the $500,000 as we start off to be able to actually make this task force successful. And my interest was to try and seed additional money with the $1 million that could help them formulate some actual action plans. And there could be things that they can act on, much like we had $100,000 that we got approved in the budget last year from COVID recovery funds last year. And that really helped, even just the $100,000 that helped the Downtown Economic Recovery Task Force to be able to act on some of their requests. And namely, one of the things was just to get some grant money out to small businesses. And so that was the interest there. And I recognize that we want to wait a couple months. My question is really, that, how does staff maybe think we could utilize the task force to help us direct, not just not something like $1 million that we asked for in a couple months, but once we have more clarity, could we use the task force to actually help us guide the remaining ARP funds and in the the months in the year to come?
Councilmember Kip Harkness, Deputy City Manager. I think we absolutely we can, and that's the intent as we're beginning to develop it out. We've had the example of your task force and the Health Equity Task Force are both examples where very knowledgeable community leaders and community members have pushed us and helped inform the way that we respond better. And so our hope is that as we bring together this time-limited COVID recovery task force, it would have the ability for us to get feedback on the larger recovery effort and really guide the next iterations of recommendations that we make on the overall approach to recovery. We're also hoping that that lived experience that will be part of the task force will provide a ready way for staff members with ideas that they're working on at different stages to go back and get rapid feedback from small business owners, from others who represent the segments of the community that we most want to support. So that's absolutely the intent, is not to relegate it to just figuring out a couple $100,000, but to help us guide how we implement these programs, and then help inform the larger recommendations that we as staff will make back to you as the ultimate decision makers on the future funds that remain, and of course any additional funds that we're able to secure from either the state or the federal government. So yes.
Okay, so it sounds like that's something that staff was already thinking. I'd like to see if we could codify that in the motion here, just to make it clear. And if that's the case, then right, I have no interest in even in a few months pursuing some additional ask or taking a sliver out. I think more importantly would be just ensuring that this task force actually is going to have a voice on those remaining funds. And so I'll ask for a friendly amendment in that regard for the maker motion, just to codify what staff just said is possible. If that's comfortable with making the motion.
Sure, that makes sense to me.
Great, thank you.
Councilor Davis?
Second, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And then lastly, as I had promised I would, I did put forward a memo regarding sanction encampments and the $325,000 request on being able to do that initial analysis. I do believe, and maybe staff can help answer, that there could be a potential to use the ARP dollars, and we could hash this out and make a decision on this in the months to come as we decide on that. Is that right to assume that those dollars could be utilized for that purpose?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that we will be, not to say yes for sure, but fair to assume that it's probable.
Okay, I think that's it may be as good as a assurance we can get at the moment, but I would be comfortable myself in my interpretation of the use of those dollars that I think that it could be, and so I'm also comfortable in delaying any lobbying on this request for the months to come, so then that way we can hash it out, and maybe even with the use of the task force can provide some input on that, and maybe they deem that this is not a worthy use of some money from the remaining ARP funds, and I'm happy to have that conversation then. And those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Foley?
Thank you. First, I want to thank you, Mayor, for your March message and the June message as well, and for some of your thoughtfulness and approach to the budget. With the deficit, it is important to be prudent and to look at how we're going to spend our funds and looking to limit the use of one-time funds. I appreciate that approach. And I also appreciate setting aside the $50 million for ARP funds as we get closer to understanding how they might be utilized and how some of our partner agencies like school districts, the county and others might be utilizing their funds as well, so we can partner best and maybe not lead in certain areas, but take a supplemental approach with our funds, which would then extend the use of the funds. I also want to thank the budget office, Jim and Dave, and all your thoughtfulness in the approach to the budget. And I want to thank my council colleagues for the really thoughtful and impactful memos and requests for funds that the majority of them are approved by the mayor in ways that would help not just our districts, but also our greater community, our city as a whole. So I really actually enjoyed reading what everyone was submitting and the creativity and the approach, and hope that we can get some of those turnabouts in or roundabouts in other parts of the district as we go forward. I want to thank the mayor for the under the equitable recovery and resilience component is first the resilience core. I think that's really a good opportunity to employ students and others at entry level to get them earning a paycheck, doing work that will be beneficial for the community, but also training and giving them some job skills down the line. I also appreciate the small business support, but most importantly, I want to call out the funding for planting the seed to create, to quote you, the Office of Disability Affairs. Instead of just studying it, which was in your initial March message, I appreciate that you came back with more of an implementation, and I appreciate that a work plan will come forward, a meeting with stakeholders, etc. That's a great approach. That's what I was hoping for, and I'm really so happy to see that. To quote some of our disability advocates, nothing about us without us. So I'm sure those who are listening in are really happy to see that approach from you, and thank you. I also want to thank you for the funding for the Health Trust, which is for the Friends of the Meals on Wheels program. This is a senior program that really will benefit them by bringing companionship and friends and communication to them, avoiding social isolation that some of our seniors are feeling right now. I also appreciate the Vice Mayor and his commitment to small businesses and the recommendation of a virtual small business center. I think that's a great idea, and I'd love to see that come to fruition. Some of the things that the small business center will be helpful to will be maybe helping our small businesses understanding ADA compliance and what they have to do to be compliant in with ADA as it relates to the physical environment, but also their websites. So anything we can do to help them. These small businesses, they don't have their own lawyers on staff. They don't have their own HR department. So any tools that we can help them with will really be impactful and helpful to them. I also want to thank the mayor for partnering with District 9 in using some of the funds we will use through the Department of Transportation and backfilling a little bit to create pedestrian safety areas on both Foxworthy Avenue and Camden, heavily trafficked areas that have a lot of pedestrians that we want to make the streets safer. Additionally, the increase or the addition, not the increase, but continuing to fund the CERT program is really important. We have a lot of volunteers out there who want to be involved in emergency preparedness. So to continue on the CERT program is wonderful. Glad to see that the Japanese Friendship Gardens is getting some love. And I hope the koi pond is all part of that. And I want to also thank you, Mayor, for funding a tree rebate program, much like our camera rebate program. When you installed a camera in your house and registered it with the police department, we offered a rebate to the homeowners up to $100, and we spent all those monies. So now we thought we'd try another need, which is trees. And I know that Councilmember Carrasco has a much broader tree planting. Ours is for trees that homeowners have to, when they have to replace a median tree in their sidewalk, maybe it's pulling up roots or such, that we are willing to offer a rebate as well. And that's a citywide rebate program. So we're not quite ready to roll it out. We have to figure out all the details, but look for the details on that. A couple other things, really appreciate Councilmember Davis's memo on Beautify San Jose. That's really important. Our residents really will benefit from that. That's one of the complaints we hear most is the level of trash, and more funds that we can give to Beautify San Jose to help them through that will be beneficial for all of our community. And finally, the funding for the arts program is so critical. That is the last businesses that are able to really get up and running. And as of today, they can somewhat, but for them to have summer camps where they're performing in person, it takes a ramp up effort. And so all of our performing arts programs are sluggish, but they will be back and thriving. And anything we can do to help our performing artists, our fine artists, we must commit to them, because our artists are the ones who are helping us enrich our community. They're challenging us to think more thoughtfully and creatively, and we desperately need their input to help us both be a better city, but it's all about creating a rounded culture in the city of San Jose, and the arts program, we could not live without them. So with that, thank you I'm happy to support all of the memos and the motion that is on the floor. Thank you so much, Mayor, for the message, and I look forward to a thoughtful year.
Thank you, Councilmember. I appreciate the creative idea around the tree rebate. I hope that is very successful and something we can scale in the months ahead. Councilmember Crossett.
Mayor, I think you called on me.
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're very staticky.
Good. I'm sorry.
Well, thank you, Mayor. And I'm not going to repeat a lot of what has already been said, because I'm going to say ditto on a lot of the things that I agree with. I do want to thank all of the budget staff that worked so hard on this year's budget. I know that I made a lot of phone calls to staff, and I had a lot of questions because this was an unusual year. And you know, it was a double-edged sword. We had a lot of money coming in, so we had a lot to kind of tinker with, and we sometimes we got a little overexcited, and we had big plans for that money. But we all had big plans, so we had to scale it down a little bit. And so I guess thank you, Mayor, for scale it down for us. So, but I do want to thank especially Jim Shannon, because you took a lot of our calls. You took a lot of Omar's calls. And I'm sure that the rest of my staff was also calling you. So thank you so much for being so patient with us in this process, because I know that you must have been fielding a lot of phone calls. I also want to thank Jill, and I want to thank Lee. I want to thank also Angel, a lot of other directors that were willing to really work with us, because like I said, we had big plans. And this wasn't just pie in the sky ideas. We recognize, and I know that I sound like a broken record, but I think it's worth repeating. You know, please don't let the air out of my sail like my kids have over the pandemic. But you know, the pandemic has just really did a number on us on the east side of San Jose. But if you will just indulge me for just a second, one of the biggest lessons, at least for me, during this past year has been very simply that the east side continues to rise from the ashes, one way or the other. The reason why I love the east side, the reason why my children love the east side, is not just because where it's geographically placed in the city of San Jose, but because we're surrounded by people who are dynamic, and they're vibrant, and because they continue to contribute to the city of San Jose in such an exciting way. And they smile and they laugh even in the face of adversity. And we love the spirit of the east side. And we want to figure out, how do we put the city, the east side, and its history and its contributions on a bigger platform. So when I was thinking of the budget, I wanted to give the east side, I wanted to highlight the history, and I wanted to make sure that the east side had an opportunity to write its own narrative versus having outsiders write the narrative for the east side. And when I say that, I want to be very clear. The narrative that has been written for the east side has not always been kind. It has been written in such a way that has painted us in a very not favorable light, has not always highlighted the achievements of the east side, and has not ever truly given credit to what the folks on the east side and the residents from the east side, the students from the east side, have contributed to this wonderful city. And so when we wrote out the budget documents, it was really truly in an effort to say, this is what the east side can contribute. This is what the east side has been. This is what you can experience if you are open to it. And so let me just give you an example. So let's start with the corner of King and Story, which is I call it the famous King and Story that put lowriders on the map. So many people like to claim that lowriders were birthed in Los Angeles. I have a friendly little competition with LA. Many of you know that. I like to say that we are far ahead of the game. But anyway, so it was birthed in LA, but we put it on the map. Now, according to my son, if you look at Japanese lowriders and the lowrider culture in Japan, you'd swear you're on the east side of San Jose. And so we have far-reaching cultural dynamics as far as Japan. And that's not all. But we'll take lowriders as an example. We have nothing that marks the entrance into this beautiful community. And so that was the beginning of this vision in terms of wayfinding and signage and demarcation to the east side, and that was several of my documents that were put in. If you continue to move further east or even west or north, you're going to come across beautiful Emma Prush, who was a beautiful working farm that was left to the city of San Jose. But the woman who left that ranch was best friends with another woman who left the Overfell Gardens to us. And so there's a beautiful story and a beautiful connection there that most of us don't know anything about. So I'm just giving you a little bit of rundown on the history, but in between Overfell and Emma Prush Park, you have the Mexican Heritage Plaza, you have Cesar Chavez's home still, you have the biggest Catholic Latino congregation, not in San Jose, not in Santa Clara County, but I dare say in the entire region, in the entire Bay Area, which is Our Lady of Guadalupe, which, by the way, was the stomping ground for, or at least one of the stops for Kennedy while he was campaigning. And he met up with Cesar Chavez there. Many people don't know anything about that. And so we have a lot of history here. I passed a budget document, Mayor, that you went ahead and approved, and a previous council that was here approved it as well, for murals in our overpasses. That is for 680 and King, Capitol and 680 and Jackson, so that we could light up those overpasses, not just for beautifying, but also for safety reasons, because we have so much pedestrian traffic and so many single moms who are pushing baby strollers through those very dark corridors, especially in the winter when we have those dark hours at 4:30 in the afternoon, 5 o'clock, when it gets really dark. And still 4, 5, 6 years later, those have not materialized. The money's there, they were approved. My council colleagues approved it, and they still haven't happened. Finally, Carrie from our director from our arts department has finally gotten the approval from the state, because we needed approval from the state, has finally been able to get that moved across it. We're hopefully going to see it across that finish line, but it's taken that many years. And so we have many projects in the pipeline on the east side of San Jose, but for whatever reason, we get these projects approved and they just don't get across the finish line. I have my all-inclusive playground for Emma Prush Park. I have the expansion for a beautiful bathroom. I get so excited when I think about an expansion of a bathroom in Emma Prush Park. Again, for years approved, hasn't happened yet. We have to invest in our assets. We have many assets on the east side of San Jose. No one knows about them. And we have to make sure that now more than ever, when we're looking at the welfare and well-being of our kiddos, when we're looking at such limited open space, and when we now know, especially during a pandemic, that it was the open space that kept our sanity, I'm one of them, that we must invest, and we must make sure that as we deal with trauma, especially trauma post-COVID, that we invest in these assets. Thank you so much for approving the PAL master planning and making sure that we get that turf taken care of. And now we need the benches, and hopefully we'll take care of some of it. Was a jewel when Eddie Garcia was a little kid. He raved about it. He grew up and got to be the chief of police in the 10th largest city in the country. How many other little kiddos can aspire to be, something else in the city of San Jose because they got to play in a great stadium? I don't know. Dreams are born from all kinds of places. But so I'm moving across the district, and now supporting our businesses. I thank you for including that in your budget message and for approving that. Our businesses have been decimated. They've been devastated. They were among the first to close their doors. These were families that were providing a livelihood not only for themselves, but for their employees. They weren't asking for handouts. They were never asking us for charity. The last thing that they wanted was to stand in line for a food box. And now they're asking us for the very first time, help us out We just want to reopen our doors. We want to pivot and figure out how to continue to serve the city with our products and our services and how to survive. That's it. That's all they want. They don't want anything else. And so to be able to have a business manager, the way downtown has a business manager to help revitalize and find economic opportunities, this is what the East Side needs right now, making sure that they get back online and make sure that they're able to survive post-COVID. So I'll leave it at that. I'm grateful. We have to allow the East Side to write its narrative, but we have to give the East Side the tools that they need, especially now post-COVID. The last thing I just want to say is I'm grateful for having the partners that I have right now on this council, that they understand that COVID has decimated the East Side. I just read another article on how Latinos died at a faster rate, at a higher rate, and at a younger rate than other individuals because of COVID-19, which means that not only did families lose loved ones, they lost breadwinners at the height of their productivity. Children lost their fathers or their mothers right when they needed them the most, and right when they needed them in order to lift them potentially out of poverty. This will have significant impacts on the East Side of San Jose for the next generation, and the cycle of poverty will be felt. It will be felt. It will be this will have serious ramifications and consequences for our families, and we need to figure out how we're going to pull them out of that poverty cycle. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember. In addition to everything else you said, the first thing you said, which was that there's a problem with my device and you couldn't hear me, had IT running up here to fix my broken device. So thank you for that, and we'll get it fixed in place.
But more importantly, did you hear me?
I did, of course. But I was really happy that IT came in. All right, Councilmember Reyes.
Thank you. Listen, I was, my mom taught me better manners, and I didn't do a really good job of thanking everybody and hearing everybody else. I really inspired me to do this at the end. And so I wanted to start with our community in mind and thanking them for taking the time to voice your concerns and your passion about children and families, and understanding and valuing the proposals that I have submitted in order to support our families and our communities. And so thank you so much for the time, because time is absolutely a gift. I also wanted to, I don't think I finished with this, but Mayor, I wanted to thank you for your focus on youth programming, on beautifying our city, on making sure that we give our youth opportunities. And I know that my budget document wasn't included, that spoke about the workforce development piece, and that also talked about maybe establishing a system of care that could rely on Medi-Cal reimbursement if we partnered with mental health at one point for sustainability reasons. But I hope that you in the future would consider that. I think it's important to continue to bring in funding into our system, and I think this is a great way to do that. Lastly, you know, around childcare, I spent a good amount of time talking about that, and it's because it impacts women. It really impacts working families. And you heard some of our speakers talk about, and we've seen it ourselves when you go and visit a business, a small business, and you have an employee that has their child in the back or sitting at a table. And this is the kind of opportunities that we need to offer our families. And we know that there's gaps. We have a lot of families that we've supported, and I want to thank Angel and John and Andrea and Hal and Jill because they had a safe place to be every single day. If, you know, my daughter was in kinder, she just graduated from kinder, and I would see some of her classmates who were studying on the side of the house with the dog running around. And so we can't focus. Our children of color can't focus if they don't have a safe place where they can concentrate and actually learn. And so I appreciate that we're holding off on this conversation, but I really look forward to talking about how to take a look at some of the gaps in services in supporting our children. We have to look at what we've done in the past, and that is setting programs like our ROC programs in schools that can afford it. And there's schools that can't afford it. And so now we have to focus on that. It can't only be a cost reimbursement. We have to take a look at need. And so I look forward to looking more at data to determine where we should have more childcare, where we should have more after school programs, and partnering with folks like SCOE or with our school districts in kinder classes. Kinder classes go from 8:30 to 12:30, and there's not a working family that's going to be able to take a lunch break to pick up her child or his child and put them into childcare. And so braiding some of those funding, maybe with SCOE, maybe with our ROC program, and having it on site would provide a lot of opportunities for families to keep working and those children to keep going to school. I know Dr. Dewan had mentioned earlier this year to me that there was a huge deficit, a huge absence of pre-K, kinder, and even first graders in our county. And so that means that they're not getting that head start that we all talk about, that it makes a difference for the rest of their lives. So this is a conversation that I look forward to. And I look forward to creating something for our city that will move our working families, that will support women, and primarily that will keep children at the center of it all. And so thank you, Dave. I know this is your last budget, and yes, you're smiling huge, as you should. And I just want to say thank you for your leadership, because you've understood that children and families are important, and have always been supportive of my priorities, as well as Jennifer. And so thank you for your service. Thank you for this one last bit on budget and being as effective as we could with the money that we have. And so I feel really good about where we are, but I look forward to the next phase of this, because our families can't wait either. They have needs even through the summer. So the last person I'll thank is Jim Shannon, because you run the numbers, sir, and you make it all happen. And so thank you so much for all that work. And of course, Lee Wilcox, who supports our city manager. So thank you, everybody, for being so understanding with some of my budget proposals that sometimes are broader than my district. So I appreciate that patience. Thanks, Matt.
And thank you, Councilmember Ness, for acknowledging both Dave and Lee for their work and helping to coordinate, working with all the departments. I know David is going to miss the budget process, and I expect he'll be back for his 2 minutes next year.
Mayor, sorry for interrupting. Before we vote, Walter Wilson said he had his hand up, but he was missed and he couldn't stay around. But Reginald Swilly,
yeah, I
was
see.
able to channel his best Walter Wilson.
Yeah, okay. We'll why don't we go to Reginald? Reginald, welcome.
How you doing? You said channel my best Walter Wilson.
That's right.
Listen, I want to know, I want you guys to know, even City Manager Dave Sykes, you guys work around equity has been impressive to me. Well, the statements you are making around it, and it seems like your desire to go in this direction. I hope you guys can pull this off. This diversity study that's in the budget. I hope you can do that as well. Listen, part of our economic strength is going to come from these small businesses that we figure out a way to get involved in the commerce in this area, and it will strengthen our entire economy. These small businesses are the ones that hire most of the people, that add the undercurrent to our communities and pay taxes. So I think this diversity study will help you be able to be deliberate about bringing some of these businesses in, and I hope you can pull that off. After COVID, we need every help we can to bring these businesses in. So please do the diversity study. Blessings.
Thank you. All right, let's return to the council now. We have a motion, and thank you, Reginald, and all the members of the community who have spoken today and throughout the last several months through many community meetings and through your input. Let's vote on Councilmember Mahan's motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen.
Aye.
Let's go. Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, everyone, for your support of the budget, and now we'll move forward. I recognize it's now 5:40. Unless there are objections, I was going to take a break at 6 o'clock until 6:30. If that works out for everybody. So we'll try to see if we can plow through a few more items and then have a brief break for dinner. Item 3.4 is the approval to increase the library parcel tax rates for fiscal year 20 and 22. And those increases are very small indeed. There's no presentation. Mr. Beekman?
Hi, thank you. Mayor, your mic is doing that weird thing again, just to note. For this item, I just wanted to thank yourselves and your efforts how to work on creative and nimble budget solutions for the next few years. I used nimble before. I suppose creative is the other word to use. And that as you're considering funding from the state and federal level, I hope we're all open to the funding help we can use and need at this time, and how we all can be open to that. It takes practice to learn how to do that as a community. Good luck how we do that, and good luck with this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the person with the phone number ending 5140.
Back, everybody. 5140. Here I am. I know you guys like to see that number when it comes up. Anyway, not down with the tax on the libraries. You guys need more funding. You're going to tax parcels again for the libraries that have no books in them. I got to source books from Richmond, California, because you guys don't have the classics anywhere in the public library here. But you guys always have plenty of money when it's going to be the reading hour of the transvestite reading hour, right? You guys have money for that, but you don't have money to put enough books on the shelf. If Pam's listening, another fire in her district, fire department took forever, happened to be next door to the house that caught on fire 2 or 3 years ago that still is derelict with the windows busted out of it. Looks like a haunted house. We got cars up on blocks with missing the tires in this district. Do we have any funding for that? That's what I want to know. I want someone to answer me why there's not enough books on the shelf, why it takes forever for the fire department to show up, and why on earth is there so much crime in this neighborhood when they claim that they've staffed.
Thank you. Roland?
Thank you, Mayor. And you know what I'm going to say pretty much applies to a bunch of items after this one, and I'm not going to be repeating myself. But I want you to understand the situation that Supervisor Wasserman brought up the other day. Is that you got a bunch of seniors in Santa Clara County who are sitting on millions of dollars in equity, who currently sit in a situation whereby they're no longer able to afford to pay for their, electricity bill. And, if you do the math and you look at the, your social tax check every month, $1,200, you multiply that by 12, you end up with about $14,500. And you know what? That is pretty much, in my case, what I ended up paying on my tax bill, because everything's in there. It's library, it's garbage, and everything else. And at some point, we're going to have to address this because this is not sustainable. And that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, back to the council. Councilmember Cohen.
Yeah, I just, very quick, as somebody who was on the committee to pass the partial tax in the first case in 2004, I'm excited that we continue to have this extra funding for our libraries, and really want to thank the residents of San Jose for supporting our libraries through this measure. And I want to move the resolution for the annual COLA increase in the partial tax rate.
Second.
And second from Councilmember Esparza. And I note for those who haven't seen the memo but are watching from public, the increase is 1.57%. Very, very modest increase. All right, let's vote.
Ennis,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye. All right, thank you. We're on to item 3.5, which is sewer service and use charges for the storm sewer service. We have no members of the public raising their hand. Mr. Oh, okay, so there's no members of the public who are raising their hand on this item in the sewer service and use charges.
Move approval.
Second.
Councilman Davis moved. Paul, welcome.
Thank you for doubling back, Mayor. I think the reasons why redlining is so important for us to discuss and get a unified perspective and on the issue and how it has impacted our lives economically, socially, but especially specifically to this. See, because Prop 13 protects that the redlining policies that concentrated the wealth, Prop 13 protected it. That's what it was for, is to lock it in. And so now you have a lot of single family homes. They're not paying market rate value for that home. So their rates should actually be commensurate with the largest that they constitutionally ripped off from the Chicanos and the Negros here in San Jose. And so that's why it's so important to talk about redlining, because of policies like this.
Thank you, Paul. Roland?
Same comment as last item, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you for incorporating by reference. Just a quick question of staff here. I recognize we have no increase here recommended. And the single family monthly rate will remain unchanged. And I'm wondering out loud here as we think about both sewer service and storm sewer service as well. We're going to need some source of funding. And I know that a significant amount of both, particularly on the storm sewer side, we've got a significant amount of pollution, obviously, that results from the fact that we have thousands of human beings living outside. And obviously, we're not going to solve our homelessness challenge with this fee. Has there been any discussion internally about what it would look like to go to the voters next November with something that would be focused on clean water? If we don't believe we have a clear path through fee increases.
Hi, Mayor, this is Jim Shan, Budget Director. I'll take a shot at that. And so certainly what's on our work plan is to come back with something around storm sewer. The rate has been sort of flat for a number of years for a variety of reasons. So we do anticipate needing to come back to do something at the ballot box the next couple of years. We do have a pretty limited amount of capacity to not just for what you had mentioned there, but just the capacity to invest in our storm capital system will also mean that we need to come back to the voters in the near future. So we will definitely be working on that in the coming months.
Okay, and I know the legal issues and all these are complex, but I can't help but think at some point that the solution is going to require us to be going to our voters in November of some year, and next year maybe as good as any. So look forward to continuing those conversations offline. All right, let's vote on the motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, maybe this will be the final item before we break. Items 3.6 is residential garbage and recycling rates for single family and multifamily residential solid waste services. Let's first go to the public for a comment on this. Again, this is 3.6 residential garbage and recycling rates. Mr. Soto?
Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. Once again, until we get to a point as a city to where we can attach redlining policies to these taxes, we're not going to solve the problems that we are challenged with. You see, we can't have redlining as a subjective thought or an opinion. We must have a unified acceptance that it is a fact and that generationally it has deprived one group of people of wealth and resources, while at the same time it was at the expense and increased the poverty and the debilitation and destitution of another group at the same time. And this was the goal. This wasn't by happenstance. And it's directly tied to trying to solve these problems with respect to residential garbage, because the more resource you have, the more waste you create.
Thank you. Mr. Beekman?
Hi, thank you. Along with item 2.16 today, it seems appropriate at this time with the previous item, with this item and the following item, to talk about the ideas of subsidy again. And just to really remind the importance of, it's a time to really think of creativity with subsidy and what is proactiveness and what is openness, how to explain creative, proactive ideas of subsidy then to the public and make it an open, shared process and not a process of fear. And as we have in the past, you know, it's really important we can really support people of low income and create really important funding streams that can address, say, the sewer issue of the previous item with subsidy programs. And so good luck in your efforts. And it's a community effort. Let's all talk and be open about its subject matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Bowen?
So again, Mayor, same as last time. I had mentioned earlier the concept of potentially giving discounts to seniors. And to me, this is no different than the existing exemption for seniors who don't have to pay school parcel tax for the obvious reason that no longer in the business of having children. So maybe if there was some small print at the back of the property tax bill pointing to a website where these discounts or rebates or whatever can be obtained would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's return to council. Councilman Cohen.
Yeah, I know we've been talking about these garbage rates at several meetings in the past. I'm still a bit disappointed that we weren't able to mitigate these increases more, but I understand, where we came down on being able to.
Excuse me, this is Tony. I don't want to interrupt, but I have to read a script before you can start.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Tony. I might have missed something. Go ahead.
Subsequent to ESD's memorandum dated 5/24/21, the city clerk's office has received valid written protests representing 195 parcels. The total number of valid written protests is 727. The total of all written protests during the public protest period, together with the 3 speakers protesting the rate change today, represents less than 1% of all property owners impacted by the change in rates. Therefore, the council may consider staff's recommendation for recycle plus rate increases. Done.
Thank you, Tony. Councilman Cohen.
Okay. I know we had talked in the past about trying to find ways to reduce this, and I appreciate that we brought it down. I think it was 4 percentage points from where we started at the beginning of the year with potential increases. And I know that, using ARP and other means and kind of has gone off the table, and I understand that. One of the things that I had talked about before was, and I know we had talked about as a council, was whether this is a temporary issue due to contamination during time people being at home, and as things open up, we might see improvements in that, and the result might end up bringing costs back down again. So I guess I have a few questions about that. Will we be able to measure that in some way in the coming year to know how things will change again as people get back to being out of the house more and being in their offices?
Hi, good evening, Councilmember Cohen. Thank you for your question. This is Valerie Osmond, Deputy Director with Environmental Services. And yes, we will be measuring the contamination again in the fall of 2022. So unfortunately not this year. Our next scheduled curbside recycling study will be in fall 2022. That will indicate whether or not the rates will be going up or down based on contamination.
Okay, and I know that there's a possibility, I suppose, although probably not likely, that rates could drop in the future as costs go down, but probably other costs will go up while the contamination costs will go down, and maybe that'll just prevent further increases in the future. Is that a reasonable way of looking at it?
Yes, it is. So the compensation to our contractors may adjust a little bit, but you're correct that there may be other increases that can offset that.
Okay. And I know when we had this conversation, both in committee and also at the council, we had talked about trying to find ways to deal with the fact that people have the smaller garbage containers and therefore might have been throwing garbage in their recycling because they don't have enough space. And I know that there was a proposal to kind of have a one price for all sizes policy so that people could upgrade their size and not pay higher rates. But I know that the rate cards that went out still had the multiple 3 tiers for 3 size garbage cans, and all 3 rates were going up. What is the plan in that regard?
Jerry, did you have a response for that?
Thank you. Thank you, council member. So that would be a future action that we would bring to council for consideration on, is that a policy that we would like to move forward? Certainly it's something we evaluate as we look at a better model. Right now, as you know, you pay for the size of your garbage cart, not the size of recycling. And as those costs have shifted over the decades, the handling costs, we're looking at going to a new model if that's something that makes sense.
So at this point, we're not necessarily recommending that, and we're just going with the existing model for the rate structure.
For this next year, yes, and then we anticipate in the next 6 to 12 months, we'll bring something for council consideration.
And I know you were talking about doing a pilot of this. Is that still planned to pilot that, giving people in one area, larger containers, to see if that helps the problem?
We are actually doing a pilot for outreach where the lids provide additional information. So, so that obviously we didn't want to do large scale pilots, which would further drive up the rates. So we looked at something that was a reasonable cost assessment that could inform future and current outreach efforts.
So at this point, it's more of an education program than a change in the way we operate. And then
yes,
we'll see how that goes, and then potentially try that other approach in the future.
Yes, thank you. We're gonna try a lot of things. So we'll be certainly needing council's help in those efforts as well.
Yeah, and I'm not a big fan of necessarily encouraging people to have more garbage. On the other hand, I want our recycling streams to be as clean as possible, because to me, the most important thing is being able to get a high yield from recycling. So, I think it's worth looking into some of those other options for people, so that, especially now that we have lots of households with larger groups of people living in them. So having a single small container is not enough space for their garbage. And even though we do offer those additional tags and things, I know that's not, people aren't taking advantage of that. So, I definitely think we ought to be talking, maybe bringing back to, I assume it's coming back to the T&E committee to talk about this in the near future, or in the fall, perhaps, when we talk about the garbage program again.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Reyes.
Thank you. I appreciate that you'll come back next year, Carrie, to let us know how the trends have changed, and if the trends are changing in terms of contamination is less, because maybe there's less people staying at home, and there's not intentional contamination, and it's it's intentional contamination because they don't have enough space, and the pilot will allow for more education. So we know that it's not necessarily lack of education, but lack of a big enough cart, right? How will we pivot at that point?
So the way that we structured our residential hauling contracts was so that we were sharing risk. And some of the things the haulers told us that presented risk, which normally when you're looking at multi-year contracts, they would sort of be more conservative. So a way we agreed to share risk was to do these curbside audits every 2 years. We would pay more if contamination was up. We would pay less if our outreach efforts were effective and it dropped. So in this timeline, we would do a curbside audit in fall of 2022, and then that would impact rates set on effective July 1, 2023. And so we're doing some checking with through a lot of different outreach methods to see if our outreach is effective. And then as we bring forward potential for new cart sizing options, that would also flow into what that rate would be in 2 years.
Oh, wow. That's 2 years of a 17% rate increase, although some households might be behaving differently. We had this conversation already. I won't repeat it. I've asked about the O&M reserve and using our ARP federal fund money, or an incentive program. Because I've opposed every increase, water rates, gas rates, whatever it is, garbage rates, it's just making sure that our families don't feel it a little bit more. And every little bit helps, right? It just makes that one difference. It may make a difference for some of our households. So I wonder if what we just approved earlier with Councilmember Esparza's memo on our efforts to reduce utility debt could be part of this solution. Could we, I don't know if maybe Dave, you'd be able to answer that. Would this go towards that?
I'm not sure I can answer that. I don't know if anyone else.
I could, so I think this is Councilmember Esparza's memo on item 3.8, I think, which is the upcoming item to approve the rest of the proposed budget. This is the directing staff to explore options incurred by to relieve debt incurred by residents, focusing on fees and fines disproportionately.
Oh, yes.
That
Yes.
one, yeah. So that one is still to come. That's 3.8. I think to the extent that any of the I mean, most of, I think, what we're discussing here are sort of rates for service. But probably is not exactly applicable to the fines and fees referenced in Councilmember Esparza's memo. But I think to the extent that it is, I think we would look at it.
So if somebody has an outstanding balance because they've just not been able to pay, then it would be eligible.
What I think,
The garbage rates are paid for and collected on the property tax bill.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
I don't see it because it just automatically gets taken care of. So I always forget that piece. Got it. Okay. Listen, I'm just trying to figure out something for our residents because 17% is does raise an eyebrow. Like the previous item that we just approved was a 1.57, I think, increase, which, is a very subtle increase that people can fold into their household expenses. 17% to me is pretty consequential, and there isn't anything else that we are doing. So I wonder if maybe if there's any update on Dave on exploring some utility funds coverage, or is that simply for water? Oh, that was for water. Never mind. Sorry, I'm crossing my streams. All pun intended. All right. Never mind about that. Listen, I just don't know what else we could do. We have a reserve that we're not willing to use. And I don't, last time there was an increase, it was on, you reduced it, you managed to reduce it, but really on the backs of workers, because the workers decided not to take any a pay increase. That's where, how our residents saved money last time. And so I'm not willing to ask for that to happen again. But I just can't support this because we have a reserve that we are not using to reduce the rate increase. And I just can't honestly, with all due respect, support that. But anyways, thank you.
Thank you. Carrie, did you want to discuss the reserve, or what we are using in the 4% and so forth?
I'd actually like to ask Jim, who's much more able to communicate that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so I think we had,
is now yours.
We had recommend. I think the memorandum recommends the use of 2.4 million from the operations and maintenance reserve. So yes. I think as part of the discussion we had at the study session, as we've been kind of talking through this budget processes, we're definitely, these are times where, digging into a reserve to sort of maintain essential city service is something that we're really reticent to recommend, but we were comfortable enough to recommend a partial use of it. And so that's the 2.4 million from the reserve. So not taking it all the way down, and there's still $13 million there that remains, which is a pretty small portion of the annual operations, but we did recommend using that part of it, and that's what gets us to helps get to the 17.
Okay, and then we have regulatory requirements on maintaining those reserves, don't we? So the effect in future years will mean we'll actually have to have larger rate increases to support that reserve.
I don't know that there are regulatory increases there. Carrie can maybe correct me if I'm wrong. I think this is really just there's no other funding source for these services. So for all of our enterprise funds, we maintain a sort of a very low level basic catastrophic reserve for those operations.
So just taking the city fiscal policy of trying to maintain these reserves, the fact that we're depleting 2.4 million this year means there'll be more significant rate increases in future years to backfill. Is that fair to say?
Correct. And I think we contemplate a couple of years to build that back, to smooth that over a couple of years.
Yeah. Okay.
And Mayor, I would just add to Jim's comments that we only maintain a 1 month reserve.
Right. So it's a very, very small reserve. Okay. Councilmember Foley.
Thank you, Mayor. And I too am a little frustrated to see this rate increase coming through. I was hoping that, Jim, through your magic and creativity, that you would find a way that we could hold the line at our at no increase on the residential side. And I see that's not possible. Let me ask you a question. With the reserve of 2.4, is that how you were able to reduce the cost from a 21% increase to 14 or to 17% increase? Was it utilizing that reserve?
That was a portion of it. I had the source news statement up. So what we tried to do was to look at, working with ESD folks, trying to squeeze all the dollars that we could out of the Integrated Waste Management Fund, squeezing down some of that fund balance to get us over there. But it's every percent increase, I think, is about 1.2 million, I think. So it would take a lot of looking under the couch cushions to not have a pretty sizable rate increase. But we did try to really sharpen the pencils and see, and we took another look after our study sessions to make sure that we weren't leaving anything on the table we felt confident enough about, and didn't feel good about recommending any more than what we already had.
I appreciate that. And I know we can't offer discounts to certain residents that we don't offer to other residents. Whatever we do, we have to do across the board. I understand that. And I did some calculation. Is it correct that the average residential person, or we will now be paying $6.65 more? That was my calculation, which doesn't seem like a lot, but it also adds up when we're going to have the water district increases, both the San Jose Water District and Valley Water increases, which are more substantial. So I'm having a hard time swallowing this increase as well. And I understand the need for it, and I understand that we have a lot of dirty recycling, but I'm really concerned about our lack of education or lack of ability to reach our residents. Just to share a story with you, I was at my house. Well, I live at my house, obviously. I'm here all the time. Rarely leave, but I had some people over, and a smart guy said to me, "Is this your recycling bin?" And I said, "Yes." And he took a cup that was not recyclable and dumped it in the bin. And I corrected him and said, "You can't recycle that. That's not recyclable." "Well, why not?" "Because of the type of plastic you're using, because it's dirty and it's got a straw in it." And he said, "Well, yeah, but it's all plastic. Look, it's got the symbol on the bottom of it." This is what everybody says. Everyone says it has the symbol on the bottom, or the symbol, and therefore it must be recyclable. So we're not doing a good job getting the message out about what is recyclable or not. I've heard enough, Carrie, in these meetings to know I can no longer recycle clothing, which I thought I could. So now clothing, got to throw it away or do something else with it. You can't recycle it. So what is the stat? I know you talked about the lids, you're swapping out the lids. When is that going to happen? And how many lids are we going to be swapping out? Because really this is about, we have dirty recycling because our residents are confused. They don't mean it to be dirty. They just don't know what clean means, or they don't know what's allowed. So how do we get to that point? How do we educate them?
Thank you. Valerie, how many lids have we already installed?
5,000.
So the pilot has started, and there's 5,000 out there, and certainly, we're gonna learn a lot. I think there's a lot of work to be done in this area, but where we are isn't from lack of trying.
I know.
I think about 2 years ago, Valerie, is when we brought outreach in-house. Prior to that, it resided with the haulers, and council asked us to take it in-house because they didn't feel it was adequate. I don't know if it was adequate or not, but it's a hard one to get at, and I think we're going to make some progress, but it's not going to happen in a day.
Yeah, no, I know, don't get me wrong, I'm not being critical of your efforts. Because I know you're out there trying to change behavior. We just have to change it quicker.
Right.
Or what worked is videos. You had videos of some of the council member or whoever agreed to do it. That was really good because I'm sure some of the things in my video were wrong. And so you edited them out. That was really smart because I thought I was recycling right. But so anything we can do, anytime you create a video like that, we're anxious to put it out. Anytime you have a list that would say, this is right, this is wrong, that's really helpful to us because council offices are always looking for content in our newsletters. So anything you can do to help us, that we can help you get the message out, please don't hesitate to give us that information because it's useful for our residents. They want to do it right. They all want to do it right. They just don't know they're doing it wrong.
Thank you. Y'all have been great partners for us on this. I think what we're working on now is, the way where our community is today, if they're not certain, like your friend, they put it in the recycle bin. And what we need is flip that. If you don't know that it's recyclable, go ahead and put it in the garbage container. And so we'll be, I don't know how you get that message out without making more confusion. But Jenny and our team will figure that out.
It's all about, you've trained us that we need to recycle everything and not put it in trash. Anyway, I'm done. Thank you. I appreciate it. And I hope the 5,000 lids pay off.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Esparza?
Thank you. Yes, I had some questions. Likewise, I have some big concerns. Unemployment rates have disproportionately impacted Black and Latino Californians, in particular women, who we also know are heads of households with children. The state estimates that Californians owe $1 billion in late gas and electricity payments. And 1 in 8 Californians face water shutoffs. And again, this most impacts communities of low income, communities of color. So utilities in general are a huge issue. I think people are getting hammered sort of on every utility front coming up. I know the water district is looking at creating a fund that people can get some kind of cost relief from. They can apply for assistance. I had a question, and I don't know, Mayor, this might be for you or for Lee, for our IGR team. I know, Mayor, you're really involved with the governor's recovery efforts. In the governor's comeback plan, or what is it, California comeback plan, he allocates $2 billion for help with utility assistance. Lee or Alexandra or Sam, I mean, does anybody know if this could qualify for that? Do we have any more details on what the governor is proposing? Could these garbage rates, could folks apply for this money? I'm not sure what our options are here.
A good question. Lee, I'll put you on the spot because my understanding was it was restricted for electrical and water, but I could be wrong.
That is correct. So within that $2 billion and how that will be implemented is going to be coming out in the coming days, but it is narrowly focused on energy and water.
Okay, so there's no relief for the increases in garbage rates?
No, not as part of that program, unfortunately.
So again, this is also up to us. could we create a similar fund with ARP monies for folks to apply for assistance? So we're not giving, right, we're not allowed to use that to keep from increasing everybody's rates. Could we create that fund? How can we offer some relief to our residents?
Yeah, I would, and ask Carrie to jump in. I think one of the things that we had talked about early on, and we're waiting to see how the ARP fund, like the final guidance comes out. But one of the things we had talked about is we can't offset any fees with the ARP money for something like this. But as you just discussed, as we create relief programs with that money, what we do believe is an eligible use is just as we're helping families in impacted area around rental relief or anything else, that carving out a specific portion of that money specific to the utilities, whether it's water, electric, garbage, or anything else, that could be part of an overall relief program that the city and the partners, such as we've done with rental relief, could be much more narrowly focused on. So we do believe that is an eligible use, but are waiting for kind of the final interim rules to see if that is eligible.
And I'll tell you in particular, I'm concerned about a couple of sort of instances. One is I see this a lot in my community, right? We all know the instances where, you have a senior homeowner on a fixed income whose home is, providing a roof over the heads of their children, their grandchildren, some extended family. And so everybody relies on that house, but it's essentially a low-income household that gets hit with those rates. The other one that I'm concerned about that I see a lot in my district are sort of those landlords who might be renting a single family home. It might be subdivided. So there are 9, different households renting a home. I have quite a few of that in District 7. And then how, they use the small garbage can, and then, who applies for the relief. Like, these can get very complex, which is why our local assistance fund is able to kind of address that. Otherwise, people are going to feel like they can't ask for help because they're afraid of losing their tenuous living situation. And these things can get out of hand very quickly, particularly in combination with a lot of other debts that are being incurred. So it's just like one more thing that folks have to deal with. So when will we know, when will we know that we're able to offer some assistance? How would we get the word out? Would we do that in concert with our rental assistance funding?
So, that honestly is one of the reasons we pulled back on a variety of items as part of MBA number 16, so that we could kind of do that work. We should have all comments are due to Treasury 60 days after May 17th. So that's sometime in June. So I would believe in early August, we would have the final set of regulations from Treasury. And I do believe this would be allowed. So that is part of the team's work over this summer, is to see how that would work and how it would be implementable. But like you've just suggested, it's probably best, implemented through the existing rental relief program. So we need to do that work this summer.
Okay. I mean, it's sort of a small consolation. I'm just having a difficult time with our residents sort of getting hammered on electricity, water, and garbage rates all at the same time as we're sort of climbing out of the pandemic. All right, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like the anonymous honor of making the motion here? Nora, can I make the motion?
I'll make the motion. So moved.
Okay, thank you. All right, I think none of us like voting for this. I'll just ask a really dumb question, but I think it's worth asking. Jim or Carrie, what happens if we don't approve this? What happens to our ability to collect garbage?
If we don't approve it, Mayor, I think we have a multi-million-dollar shortfall in the integrated waste management fund, and would have problems with basic collection.
Yeah, okay. Just want to clearly lay it out so everybody understands the choices here. All right, let's vote on the motion.
And Mayor, it's Nora. Can we just have you formally close the public hearing
Oh.
before the vote?
Okay, let's close the public hearing then.
There you go. Thanks. That's it.
All right, thank you for that. Now let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
No.
Foley,
No.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, boy, was I wrong when I thought we'd be done by 6. We're going to take a break here and we'll resume at 7 o'clock. Gives everybody a half hour here for dinner. Thanks, everybody. And we're looking to wrap all this up by hopefully well before midnight.